Good morning. Welcome to the Municipal District of Taber, March 31st, 2026 Committee of the Whole. I'll call the meeting to order. We have an agenda in front of us. Is there any additions or deletions?
I do want to add at the end of the meeting a notice of motion that I would like to bring forward to the April 14th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any context on that?
We'll discuss it when we get to it.
So that'd be 6-3?
A mystery motion, Deputy Reeve? I mean, I know we have that option in, but, okay, so notice of motion for April 24th. Is it regarding lands? Just so I have some context.
Yes.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Isn't it the April?
You're correct.
14th?
April 14th is correct.
Okay.
So regarding lands. Thank you. Okay, with that addition, any other additions or deletions?
I can accept the agenda with the addition.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the agenda? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, and declaration of conflict, pecuniary and or conflict of interest.
Yeah, I'll be stepping out for the grazing section of the meeting.
Okay, for 5.1, thank you.
And I have a cultivated lease, but I don't have anything on here about cultivated land today. If I do see it, I'll be stepping out.
Okay, thank you. All right, confirmation of the February 17th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting minutes.
I can move those.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Those in favor? Those minutes are approved. All right, moving on to the lands planning and development. This is a carryover from our last council meeting. I'll turn it over to Arliss and then we'll continue the discussion.
Yeah, again, as the Reeve mentioned, this was briefly discussed and then further referred to this meeting at the last council meeting. And I can have Director of Community Services, I guess ultimately reference the clarification that's being sought. It is pretty self-explanatory in the memo with attachments. So.
I'll excuse myself for this section.
Don't have a whole lot more to add other than, as Arliss mentioned, I can certainly go through the purpose of the memo, and that is to seek clarification on resolution C 2026-132, and that is specific to 30-day written notice to leaseholders. And the item that we'd like to seek clarification on would be A, which is the compensation to leaseholders for the loss of use on the subject area or cancellation of the lease based on the unamortized value of the remaining lease. And so we wanted to have specific focus on A. B is understood by the team as well.
Go ahead.
Okay. No, I appreciate coming back for some clarification on this. I guess from my perspective, if we are going to be taking a portion of a lease area during the period that the lease is in effect, then we do owe for the loss of use for the area that we're going to be taking back out of the lease. So that's one matter. If the lease is being canceled and it has been paid for, so if it's a 5-year lease and at the end of year 4, we are going to cancel it for some other purpose that has come to our attention, then we owe the leaseholder a year's lease. And that's what I was referring to when it references the unamortized value of the remaining lease. It's simply to make sure that the leaseholder is whole after we have exercised our prerogative to take control over the lease or a portion of the lease lands. That's the intent.
I asked this question regarding it last time, and it also was also involved in the other item that was for clarification. This is just in reference to the 30 days written notice, not the 1 year. So it would be, we give written notice. And so how would you, what's the math that you would like to see done on that? Like for loss of use?
The way I understand this, if this clause remains in, we have the right to cancel with 30 days written notice. It's whatever portion of time that was remaining in the lease, if we had not issued that 30-day notice, that we need to compensate the leaseholder for. If it's half of the lease period that we're going to be canceling, then we owe them for half of that lease payment that they have made.
So how would it be valued? Would it be valued in real time? FCC just put out the value of grass. So are you
No.
proposing to pay it at market rate?
No, sorry. Let me clarify. It would be based on the rate that was in effect for the lease. If they have leased a parcel, and I'm just using an arbitrary figure, $50 an acre, and it's for a 12-month period, and we cancel it, then it's going to be whatever portion of that $50 per acre that they have lost for the early cancellation.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. So you would be looking to provide them just the compensation of the money they expended in anticipation of having the lease?
Correct.
Okay,
In
that's much
anticipation
different.
of having the lease for the entire duration of the lease.
Okay, you're not trying to value something, just the expended cash that
Correct.
they've already spent.
We want to make them whole. We have taken something away from them. We want to make them whole for what they have put out.
I'm going to go to Councillor Turcato, but administration, could you, if we need a wording clarification, because I think to interpret that could be different, so I think we have to have specific wording. And so, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Turcato, but go ahead.
I would be really concerned if the lease documents haven't already considered this. I would be quite concerned that it's not already in there somewhere, because it's so important. You can't take it away from someone who's paid for it in a lease contract and then lease it to someone else. So I'm assuming that it's covered somewhere else in the lease contract, but I don't know. And that would be fine to get clarification on that. Then if it's covered somewhere else, this motion may not be necessary.
True. If it's covered somewhere else, it probably would not be necessary. I just know that this has been one matter that has been brought to our attention, that we are in a position to arbitrarily remove land from their lease. And the concern was that we could do it with 30 days notice and no compensation to them. If it's covered off somewhere else, that's great.
Bryce, or Arliss through Bryce.
Yeah, specific to the compensation, this compensation piece, and early termination or early termination due to an alternative use. This is very specific to that clause, this section. So this is intended to address compensation for this purpose, this specific purpose.
Yeah, go ahead, Lee.
So if that's the case, then I think that this wording needs to stand in order to make sure that the leaseholder is treated as any leaseholder should be in the event of early cancellation or removal of some of the area that they have been leasing.
So from a math perspective, to refer back to the way we were approaching it, if it was a 5-year lease and it was based on AUMs, we calculate the total cost of the lease, the rental over the 5-year period. Whatever portion is left remaining, then we would compensate them proportionately.
So the legal language, and I don't know if it's legal, but the language that's in front of us that is still a concern of mine is the loss of use, because I feel that could be up for interpretation. So I agree 100% with what Deputy Reeve is saying, but I just want to ensure that the language reflects that intention. And maybe that's what the lawyer is asking us. So now we've provided clarification and they can write in the correct language. That I'm just asking Arliss if that makes sense to you or if you have a suggestion.
Yeah, ultimately the language needs to be, I mean, I want to say crystal clear, but so it's not a matter of, so it's as minimal matter of interpretation as possible, I guess.
Mhm.
The lawyer suggested like actually having a set value if you're going to do that, just for clarity's sake, but I guess that's going to depend, that would be difficult to ascertain if the intent is to do things proportionally or on a prorated basis, right?
Councillor Condor, and then
I think it'd be easy math to put in. If you got 50% lease, you get 50% back. If it's you got your amount of days divided by percent left, that's your math, you're done.
Kind of on a prorated basis.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve, did you want to add to that?
I was just going to say, I don't think that we could put in a specific dollar amount because each lease is going to be different in value.
Oh, go ahead.
I think putting something in there like based upon the AUM rate in the lease. If you put based upon the AUM rate in the lease, that then you're covering exactly what you're talking about, prorated.
Go ahead, sorry, and then I'll share mine.
I'm just okay with somebody doing some additional wordsmithing to
Yes.
provide the additional clarity that's required, but I think we understand what we're trying to
Yes,
agree on, and
Yeah.
it's just a matter of getting the right wording down.
yeah. I don't have the words, but the 3 words that concern me is loss of use, because people could interpret that a few different ways. But if the intention that you outlined, I am in agreement with. So does that give administration enough to take back to legal?
Yeah, we'll take what we have and then if like it was mentioned, if we need to wordsmith it to try to achieve that intent, it will show up accordingly in the next draft.
Okay. Council, are you feeling okay with that, to see it come back with some better legal wording now that we've conveyed our intention? Is the language that's recorded and that you've made notes on work, or do you need a motion?
What do you think, Bryce? What do you got?
So,
I mean, it's always nice to get a motion, but on
Yeah.
the same token, if
so
the intent isn't changing,
maybe it has to be a motion, something like direct administration
to reflect this conversation.
to
perhaps.
reflect the conversation, to provide compensation based on the, even conversation. You're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll just let Lace pull that up. And you're good to move that? Okay. Deputy Reeve Johnson moves that council direct administration to revise the draft grazing lease policy to reflect the discussion at the March 31st, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting regarding compensation for review and consideration at the April 14th, 2026 council meeting. Any further questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we'll just get Councillor Reynolds and then we'll prepare to go into the finance discussion. So just when you're ready, we'll turn it to administration.
Right, so specific to the finance portion of committee of the whole today, there's discussion around the 2026 budget, where we're leading to from a final budget perspective. A memo that speaks to that with relevant attachments, which essentially the attachments are the 2026 interim budget that was approved in December of 2025. What's summarized in this memo, and I'll have Mike start presenting it here shortly, is potential changes from December, so since the approval of the interim budget to now, for discussion and consideration. And then the second memo references the discussion around or exercise around setting of tax rates, and providing a little bit of background, additional background information there. So the two kind of do go hand in hand. They're just presented in two separate items for purposes of today's committee of the whole meeting. And I'll let Mike initiate the presentation with respect to the memo titled 2026 budget adjustments.
Thank you. Yeah, so today there's, yeah, as Arla said, the kind of two topics: finalizing the budget and just or discussing finalizing the budget and discussing mill rate options. They have to go hand in hand. In theory, you set the budget, which then determines what the mill rates are, but sometimes we want to look at what the mill rate might be to determine what budget change might happen. So there's a kind of a hand in hand. And so keep that in mind as we go through the discussions, that we might need to jump to different things or hold off on a part of the conversation until we get to the next part, and then maybe work our way backwards as well. So the adjustments that we've included in the budget since the interim budget was passed, I've got outlined in the memo here. I'll just go through those changes here. I've broken them down into a couple of areas, one being items that have been influenced by external agencies, whether it's the government or other requirements that are somewhat imposed on the MD, some costs that are related to inflationary or services changes, and then an area related to lands management, as that seems to be quite the section of area as well. So first, starting off with the external agency, in discussions related to the Taber District Housing Foundation. This one is this is related to the portion of the MD's contribution to the project, apart from what might be requisitioned. So if the project moves forward and the foundation is able to acquire funding, then there would be a contribution from the MD to contribute some funds for that project. In determining what the lending options might be, and what interest rates are sitting at. This one is contemplating going through a commercial lender, which typically give a lending time of 25 years and a rate slightly above prime. And in preparations, we had to use one interest rate. We've adjusted the interest rate, changed the time period of that. So it's an increase of 77,000, which equates to approximately a $287,000 loan repayment each year over those 25 years. The next item is related to we got notice of an increase to the premium rate for Workers' Compensation Board, which has equated to approximately a $44,000 increase. And then the third one is related to the new Privacy or Protection of Privacy Act, which requires the implementation of a privacy management plan and getting some documentation in order and getting things set up to be compliant with the new act. And so there's some costs associated with doing that, as well as costs related to we're seeing an increase of access to information requests and being able to get those requests properly looked at and ensuring that we are compliant with the Access to Information Act. The next section is related to inflationary service changes. There's an expense increase of $45,000 for legal services in the legislative and executive budgets. Expense increase of $25,000 for GIS integrations due to some existing modules that are coming to an end of life, and to maintain, and this would be in order to maintain the functionality and business continuity of the GIS, and which then supports many other areas of the organization with being able to access maps and update it in asset information across the MD. And then an increase related to the amortization of our assets. Do we have more finalized numbers from the 2025 year?
Oh, weird.
Just making that in line more with what our assets are amortizing with and then bringing that number up. Although at the end of below the line, we pull those expenses out, which then don't have an effect on the taxation amount, but they are an expense that we see as a non-cash transaction. And then related to land management, there's an increase of $35,000 for legal services, a revenue decrease of $36,000 related to the land lease revenue, and then an expense increase of $150,000 to continue with the oil and gas leaseholder share payments. So those are the changes that are proposed from the interim budget to now, and then again the attachments following show what the interim budget that was passed have and what was approved in that budget. So I'm happy to discuss further or take questions or allow the council to discuss as well.
Deputy Reeve.
Couple questions on the Workers' Compensation Board expense increase of $44,000. That's usually based on experience rating. Have we taken a hit because of experience rating going sideways on us?
I'm not sure. Usually, if it's being used, we see something. And I believe there has been some usage of that benefit in recent years and in the last few years. And so I think it's related to that. There's just some usage of that benefit, and so we're seeing those premium increases.
Because if a program is working well, WCB actually passes along discounts. And I guess I'm just wondering if there is a need for us to look at how we're doing relative to the industry average. And if we're above the average on claims, then is there some things that we need to be focusing on to try and bring it down so we can start benefiting from the discounts that are offered to those that have low claim history?
It's good feedback there. I believe in the recent history. I mean, if this is something we deem necessary to talk about in open session, there's been a couple of extended scenarios where benefits had to be applied, but
Nope, it's fine. I'm just reading this.
So the other questions I do have on the lands management notations that are there.
expense increase for legal services, that's clearly understandable as to what's driving that. I do have a question though on the revenue decrease for land leases and the expense increase for gas leaseholder share payments. Now, I understand where the $150,000 for oil and gas leaseholder share payments is coming from. What is driving the projected decrease on land leases? What were your figures based on originally? What is driving this number? While you're looking, the reason I'm asking, where we're at right now, the policy that is still on the books that was passed on in September 2025 provided for grazing lease revenues based on, I think it was $28.10 per AUM. And what we have provided for direction on the policy going forward is actually projecting an increase, bringing it up to $30 per AUM. And I'm just, I guess there's question as to whether or not we're going to land where we hope to because of where things are at right now on the decision that was made during the last council meeting. But even if it's the September policy that we're going to be abiding by, what is the decrease based on?
Deputy Reeve, we would have to get back to you. I do know those staged because there would have been based on the past approved policy and then of course as things have changed over time, we've tried to adjust those revenues. Sorry. Yeah, I would have to just return back with a summary of the steps as to develop that revenue budget estimate. It would have been through a series of steps. So we would have applied the previous policy, and then just as you mentioned, and then of course future changes and amendments would have been tried to make an adjustments for that. And I believe that adjustment may be just a reflection of the changes that have been made over the two iterations. But I would just need to get those breakdowns for us to discuss.
And I appreciate that there's maybe some additional work that's required on this, but from my perspective, where we were intending to go was actually going to increase revenues based on the higher rate that we were expecting to move forward with over that which was referenced in the policy approved in September. So if it's going to generate more revenue, then it's chances are, yes, we're going to be providing some additional compensation for leaseholder payments going out, but the additional revenue coming in, those two lines should almost be a wash, and there would be no impact on the budget overall from my perspective.
I'm looking at the document that was provided to the public, and I too was doing a bit of trying to figure out some of the math with the September proposed policy, and I realized maybe there's been some different numbers, but it had the proposed rental revenue originally at $422,000, and then the proposed policy budget implications of proposed revenue of $321,000. So even that doesn't quite math out to what this number was. So I too was just trying to get to the bottom of this. And my bigger concern, because you're correct, Deputy Reeve, and actually I'll let you, it was 2610. So even less than what you had said at 28. No, it's fine. I'm just, but I was trying to do the math on that too, so that we could have an understanding. And, you know, I'm not interested right now in having the the policy on grazing discussion, but my reluctance had always been on the change of length of time and the oil and grass revenue, but I did try to figure out where the dollar amount came from. And I think it's very important for this budget discussion because it's been an item that's hamstringed us for since the start of the new council. So we want to be really clear on where those numbers come from and what they really reflect. Councillor Condor.
So then is there an increase, or, because there was oil and gas lease payments made in 2025, correct? So it's not really an increase, it's a continuing on of, like, there was payments made in 2025 for oil and gas, correct? So it's
There
not an
was-
increase, it's just a continuing.
This is a change because at the interim budget, that expense had been removed.
Based
It's
on
now
the,
been added
yeah,
back in based on the policy.
based on the interim budget approval.
So from the interim budget to now, it's now back in where it had been removed.
We will bring back information today.
Okay. Councillor Takeda.
So with the, whoops, with the addition of oil and gas at $300, that adds up to about $9.09 per NUM. So that means we reduce the $30 to $20.91 in AUM if you use the numbers provided.
So while we're working on finalizing those numbers, I did have a question on the Taber District Housing Foundation. So is this amount, the 77,700, just reflect the amount that MD of Taber has made a resolution of commitment? Does this factor and does it allow us an opportunity to have a discussion, because we did ask for that to be brought back to committee of the whole, on the implications of a letter approving the requisition?
So this 77,000 is an increase to the debt, will be the debt repayment of the MD's contribution aside from the requisition portion. And so the ability to have that conversation to see what that might look like if with this debt payment and the requisition amount would probably be better suited for the mill rate side of the conversation, because I can then adjust some of those numbers to see what that impact would be. Based on the conversation, the delegation last week, and what they provided, it looked to be, if the project goes ahead, would increase the requisition to approximately 730,000, which is we'll call it double what the requisition is now. So whatever on that samples page of that
Yeah.
requisition of the mill rate document I sent to you, and that's in the agenda, would be whatever that number is now would be of the requisition portion would be double that for when the requisition comes into effect. The municipal contribution would be rolled into the municipal mill rate, because it's an operating expense for the MD.
So from an approximation perspective, you'd be looking at a $280,007, what's referenced here, annual impact on your budget, plus, what was that? A doubled, plus the doubling of your operating requisition. So an additional 350 to 400,000 annually. And they're projecting, based on the information that TDHF provided at your last council meeting, they're projecting that would begin in 2029. I could put that
Yeah, that's what
that information is from the last council meeting right here. So this is where you see, so you're being impacted twice, right?
I think we all know that. We just need to really understand what those numbers mean
Yep.
and how it will impact the mill rate, right? That's why we agreed to have it come. It is not lost on me that it's a huge ask, but sometimes we have to take a leap and have a vision of what we need in our community for the future. So, but I do need to understand the dollar impact.
So this,
So-
sorry if I can
Nope,
highlight it.
go ahead, yeah.
This is where the jump is projected to happen from 2028 to 2029, based on my understanding of the information that's been provided.
Mhm.
And then you add what we're referring to as the equity contribution. So a separate loan that we'd be taking out. That's in the memo, $287,000 annually.
Okay, you're right, and Mike referenced it at the beginning. Sometimes this conversation is hard because they're crossover, and so, like, for me, I've split my screen trying to move numbers around, but I don't want to mess up your calculator trying to understand where I would put that number in.
And the requisition amount it wouldn't slot into that, because that calculator is to look at the municipal rates. You would maybe get the ultimate impact of the requisition change, but it would reflect in the municipal mill rates within that calculator tool.
Mhm.
And the calculator tool doesn't go out to 2029.
Yeah, I realize that, but just trying to.
Mhm.
So the one thing for me that's in this whole discussion that I was trying to wrap my head around, and I get it, we're only supposed to be looking at our municipal operations, but having an understanding of those requisitioned amounts is good for us to know the bottom line on a tax, right? Like, I feel like I'm missing that piece of, and I was trying to do that math on the education one, the police requisition, and the housing, so I could have a vision of really the true change on a tax bill. But maybe we have to just focus on what we need to operate and if we can carry on with all our projects. And I realize it's not our job to worry about the provincial requisitions. And housing is different than the provincial, but trying to figure out if we can even do the math and if we can sustain from a borrowing point of view with proper repayment schedule for the MD of Tabor and not put us at risk or liability.
Has there been any indication as to what the position is that the town of Tabor is taking on this?
Their meeting is April 13th. They did
Okay.
have a budget discussion, but that's not a live meeting, so I wasn't at attendance.
Yeah, okay.
I have some personal anecdotal, but I don't feel I can make that.
No, and that's fair. So the only one that we know is supporting this so far is the town of Boxall. Because I know the village of Barnwell, when the presentation took place there, they were missing 2 members of council. The 3 that were there weren't comfortable making any kind of a commitment. They said, bring it back in April, so it's going to be mid-April before the village of Barnwell makes a decision one way or the other. For me, it would be a shame to not support the project and lose the funding that has been committed by the government of Alberta. It's going to be a big pill to swallow, but sooner or later, we're going to have to go down that road. And if we go down that road without provincial funding, it's going to be an even bigger pill later on.
Definitely, I don't want to give anecdotal kind of evidence either, but in talking to some of the Tabor counselors at the hockey thing, it seems like they're leaning toward being supportive of it. Because of the provincial funding as well. Sometimes I just wonder at these prices and the way it's just played out the last few years, if there isn't going to be in the future, hopefully some private money get involved in the sector to relieve some of this pressure, because I mean, the county of 40 Mile hardly requisitions anything for senior housing. Like that's one of the reasons their mill rates are so low. Anyway, it's just a massive bill, and you just hope that there would be a way. But I've seen, you know, we're getting close.
Yeah.
Even if we're young, it happens fast.
Mhm.
That we're, you know, so we got to have some place for people to go.
Speak for yourself.
So in regards to this requisition, and we can dispute whether or not the board, and I've sat on that board, so I'll carry that shoulder weight. Should they have been requisitioning more and building up a reserve, or were they just requisitioning their operating, which was true, and then it wasn't a giant line item? And so even as we work through our budget, I never want to see us work politically to zero. Zero should be based on, oh, we have a revenue from assessment, we have revenue from others, or whatever our increase is. So I sat on that board, we requisitioned what we needed. We've seen other boards who requisition over and above and then make a reserve. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. And so now it hurts, right? We saw that with when we had Tabor Tabor Irrigation District. The rates were low, and they weren't sustaining what they needed, and then they went high, and now they're continuing because the costs of everything have gone up. So it's just I feel if we wait too long, those costs will still continue to go up. Construction material isn't getting less. So I know I've gone down a rabbit hole, but my concern, if we don't do it now, then what? And I don't think private dollars will ever take care of our less fortunate population well enough.
I know this is the time to discuss it, but I might as well start with it now. We'll probably do it later. Going down the rabbit hole, it seems that if a value of a house goes up, instantly we up the value on that, and we like to get our money out of that. And if you got a nice house, the mill rate, you got to pay, and you got to pay, and you got to pay, no matter what. I think councils years ago, farmland doesn't follow housing. It should be the same way. But because the mill rate, so the value of land stays to 1970s level, it doesn't follow it. Housing's went up astronomical. Farmland should have been following it years ago, done the same thing following it, we wouldn't be in this boat. But we can't go back in the past and do it. But farmland should be catching up to housing. But if we go the same rate we've been going, housing is gonna double and farmland's gonna stay under $1,000 if we stay with our current model, in my opinion. So I just think it's not done equally. We have used, I know the mill rate, I think that's why I want to see dollar figures. Like if you up the mill rate on farmland 10%, that's $70, or it's next to nothing. You up a house by 10%, you're at, if you got a nice house and your acres of $5,000, you're $500. And that's on a mid-size house. We got to watch where we're getting our money from.
Councillor Peters.
Maybe it's premature, but did anything come out of that card I sent you?
So I have followed up, but
Yeah.
there's nothing right now.
Okay.
There's other factors associated with that.
Is it a possibility, or is it something we don't even need to think
So from a board member perspective,
Mhm.
it is an area that I passed on to our housing and board and to
Mhm.
our CEO. But just like here, I don't work there. And so, if I was to have worked on this budget, it's different than having budget discussions at this table is different than how administration has budget discussions. And my problem is I would like to be on administration side of budget discussions. And so it's really hard. So I appreciate the information. I don't think it's done yet, but I don't think it impacts today's conversation. But as I noted at the last meeting, the housing board has a resolution to have the executive director continue to find every dollar he can to reduce the impact on requisitions on this build.
Just from an informational perspective, on the Clearview Lodge topic, I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just presenting the info for the municipality MD of Tabor. Specific to the impact of the requisition, representing 40% of the regional population, would, based on the way this is presented, would be shouldering approximately 60% of that cost. So I'm not certain, but it's possible there's some flexibility in how that is allocated when it comes down to it. But so long as council's just aware of that, it's sharing.
Is that flexibility in the operational requisition available through the provincial rules? Or do we know?
That's what I'm not certain on, but Mike might be able to add some insight there. Again, we're speaking about something that's really not my day-to-day business. So.
The only thing I've seen is in the Housing Act, there's a section that says that the requisition can be determined by the municipalities that sit on that board. If there's further, and if no consensus is come to, then it defaults to the equalized assessment. And so if there's further regulations related to that, I've only had a cursory glance and review of the act. But that's in one of their sections says it's up to the municipalities on that board to determine what that share looks like.
Councillor Takeda.
Would it be helpful to have a motion that asks administration to look into it more, or would that not be helpful?
I think it more. I mean, it's their entity. It's their business. I mean, if the MD's representative gets direction from their council to pursue something specific, that's up to them.
Since I've been here, and I know Mike's and Arliss have been here less than me, so, but in my 8 budgets, the requisition has been based on assessment. When the conversation about the loan to show a third partnership to the province, the discussion came up on assessment and population, which is why the town very generously said they would do 4.5 million and we did 4. It just was their act of goodwill, recognizing that there is a difference between assessment and population, but the bottom line is we have more assessment in the MD than they do. So we have always, in my 8 years, carried more of the burden because we have more assessment.
So are there any numbers about, or any reason why, do we contribute more people into the facility than the town? I mean, we're less population, but maybe because people in town can stay in their houses more easily. I'm just wondering if there was any, it's just based on an assessment, there was no logic to it based on who goes there.
No, and my understanding when I asked this question, this is how most housing boards, I don't have a breakdown for you. Perhaps Mr. Johnson could give us a breakdown, utilize assessment as the requisition amount, but perhaps people who have had other experience in other municipalities can speak to that. Arliss and Mike, in the past municipalities that you've been with, has it been based on assessment?
My recollection is equalized assessment. That's just specific to my experience.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
That being said, I'm just pointing it out. I'm not
Mhm.
trying to cause a debate. It's just pointing it out. Like the Reeve mentioned, it's always been that way. So, or at
Mm.
least
And
from what I
again,
can
doesn't
see
mean.
here, it's always been.
Mhm. You know, it does matter to me that 2029 is $92 more a person, right? Like that's a lot of money on a tax requisition. Because that's everyone from 0 to 100.
But in terms of like tax budget and tax impact, does that help clarify? There's the, I'll go here. There's the annual $287,000 debt financing payment specific to the $4 million equity contribution of the MD of Tabor on an annual basis. And then when they adjust their requisition to pay for the additional third financing that the housing board is going to pursue, based on my understanding, it's an additional 300 and whatever that math is. 300, between 350 and 400,000 annually. So you add those two figures together approximately.
And when we did the other sheet that they shared with us, the cost analysis, TDHF has done if you were to compare the lodges that are going to be built and who've received money, our cost per square foot and cost per unit is significantly less, which is what we asked for. We wanted to ensure we modernized, had a shower in each bathroom, heat managed, and to improve the efficiency of the building for food service and utilities. Those were sort of our priority items. And of course, it would look nice, but not excessive nice. So, okay, let's keep going. This is still, we're not quite finalized on that, but we know that change. And the other expenses, yeah, Mike.
Just as a final note for the equity contribution side of it, they would still be required to pass a borrowing bylaw at the MD to allow for that borrowing to happen. So there's still that process that has to happen as well
Right.
if this goes forward.
And we would go through the same process that we've done on the other.
Yes.
Is first reading, then public notice, and then opportunity to debate and discuss, and second and third reading if it went that way.
Yes.
I can speak if you like on some of the additional expense increases since December, since the interim approval to now. Under the external agency section, privacy management plan and access to information, that's a new requirement that every municipality, sorry, I would call it a new requirement because of new legislation, new provincial legislation that municipalities are required to get into place by sometime, I believe, in June this coming summer. So we're seeking for some support to be able to comply with that legislation, at least have the plan in place. And quite honestly, given current context, it'll be important because access to information requests at the MD of Tabor are becoming more and more frequent, thus requiring additional capacity. And this doesn't really give us more capacity. It gives us temporary capacity to establish the plan. Additional capacity if the continuation of what we're experiencing now will probably come as part of the 2027 budget preparations. Inflationary and service charges, an expense increase of $45,000 for legal services. That's specific to legislative and executive budgets, quite honestly directly related to governance matters that we've been navigating for the last little while. And I do believe it's important to at the very least, do our best to be in alignment with legislation on those matters. And that requires, consultation with lawyers, just to make sure we're in as alignment as we can be.
Would it be advantageous or not to have legal on retainer? Or does it average it out more, or how would that work? Have other municipalities endeavored upon doing something like that?
In terms of cost savings,
Yes.
I mean, we can see if they'll give us a deal based on volume. For sure, I can, yeah, but I don't think it would really be like, that's something I can naturally pursue, but it wouldn't impact how I would propose, like, an amount that I would propose differently. Expense increase with respect to GIS integrations, just dealing with some end of life aspect of our GIS system. And then lands management, contemplating an expense increase of $35,000 for legal services. And that is actually primarily linked to deployment of new leases more than anything, right? So utilizing legal services for document execution and things like that. And yeah, and then Bryce is working on the last two bullet items under lands management right now to provide some additional clarity there. So I know that was a bit of a Reader's Digest version of those, but just trying to provide a little bit more context of December interim approval to today. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
In the tax rate memo, it references some potential areas that could be considered for further adjustment, whether that's revenue or expense considerations.
Council, so we can kind of continue on. Attachment B and C, you've seen and have interim approval, but attachment A does give the updates amounts with it. So, do you want to finish, yeah, we can continue on that. That'll be good. Yes, so that you can actually see the numbers. Just the one above it.
The general. I mean, this will be repeated in the mill rate memo
Okay.
as well.
So maybe we should
Go
just
ahead.
kind of move on. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
This just gives an outline of the total revenues, total expenses, and then some of those we call below the line transactions, the debt principal repayment, the removal of the non-cash transactions of amortization, and then any funding from reserves or the accumulated surplus, and then what the line cash generated from operations, and then having that contributed to reserves.
Do you want to provide just additional detail on the amortization expense side of things?
Yep. So the amortization expense comes from the lifespan of our assets and depreciating those over the lifespan of the assets. And we're seeing that increase. The method in which we do our amortization, when a road project is done, it depreciates, and those ones often bring an increase to that amount because they depreciate at a percentage value of the road asset. And I know that's the most exciting one budget talk. Next talk is the next exciting is part of talking about the amortization of our assets, and we see that increase because there's more as we're rehabilitating roads, those costs then get added and those depreciate over the life of that asset. And so we're just seeing an increase on that amortization amount. As we do projects, I think last year was a project that came out to be about 1.2 million for some road rehab. And then we take a percentage of that to start depreciating that, along with all the assets that are added to the, the equipment pieces that get added to that. We do those over a straight line over a period of years as well. But that expense is the majority of that expense is found within the Transportation Services Department. And then we take that transaction because it's a non-cash, the cash has already been spent to purchase the asset or to pay the contractor for that work. We take that transaction out underneath the bottom line. And it reflects that that's not an expense where we're generating cash for, and the funds generated for those expenses are then able to be contributed to reserves for funding future capital acquisitions or capital projects. And I think an important thing to note here is that we have depreciating assets at 6.3 million, but we are only putting away $4 million for future use.
So I'm wondering if the line, lands, housing and buildings, is that where we would find our lands revenue?
That's correct.
And so is oil and gas subtracted from that, or the projected oil and gas payments, or not?
The expense line would be in the bottom half of that chart. The top part is the revenues by department. The bottom half is the expenses by department. So the expenses of that would be found in that bottom portion.
So in order to get a cash value, you'd have to subtract about 150 from that line then. About 150,000. Okay, thank you.
Yes, so I was wondering about the same thing then. On the land, housing, buildings, function 69 for expenses, the 2026 amount is actually lower than the 2025 amount, yet we've had discussions about the fact that if the policies go through, the expense is going to increase because we're paying out more lease revenue to the leaseholders, and so those numbers just don't jive.
So there was also $100,000 of expense removed from that budget related to some of the airport survey that was done.
Okay.
And so $100,000 of expense is gone because that airport feasibility study was completed in 2025. So that's part of the expenses that have been pulled out of there.
And there's corresponding revenue to that through grant funding as well.
Okay, so just going back to the income side of that then, the income that's attributed to land, housing and buildings is simply rent. It's not the sale of any land.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So council, I have no intention of rushing anyone who has other questions, or if you did want to go through, I know I took liberty to say that we've already been through them, but if people have questions or comments on attachment B and C and they want to make changes to the budget, remember that those interim passings also mean some things have been expended. So we can't go backwards on, say, equipment or staff things. So but I don't want people to feel at all rushed. And because for me, my first year and every year since, this meeting is by far the hardest meeting. So if there is ways we can make sure everyone understands, and if not, maybe we flow into the next conversation and then just zigzag back and forth where we need to go. But I'll take administration's lead on what they'd like to go through.
Yeah, we can try, unless there's any other specific questions to budget, we can transition. I mean, there will be after the next discussion, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But church transition into the mill rate conversation, and reference that topic.
Okay, and then,
I'm wondering though if council's okay, if we could just take a brief recess. I want to be able to queue up the.
that's what I was just
the
gonna
tool
say.
and whatnot.
Let's take 5 minutes and just so it's a natural break instead of interrupting a conversation. Thank you.
I won't be able to transition back to the memo right at this point, just because we have the presentation screen running with the calculator tool on. So that's what will be the focus of your presentation screens. But the ultimately the oh, there, Mike has, yeah. Okay, Mike can transition back and forth. So when it comes to setting the mill rates, I'll let Mike speak to that general process, and yeah, ultimately it's done through bylaw, but from a financial perspective, the bylaw collects the monies required to operate and run the municipality. Mike, do you want to speak to that process?
Just once Mike's getting that figured out. So I think before we start utilizing the tool, it probably is worth to go through how it's figured out, but then look at A, B, C, and D, just so that we all have just to make sure everyone's had time to review the graphs and these charts and have an understanding of where we sit compared to our neighbors and what we've done in the past.
Sorry, just technical issues here
No,
again.
it's okay.
Make a difference. We take a quick break again.
Yep, that's fine. Apologize for the technical difficulty, but we had, just want to ensure our audience can see what's happening. So we'll continue on when administration's ready.
Yeah, so we'll review, I think before the break, we were having this conversation. We'll review the agenda memo and then get into the calculator tool as needed.
Okay, so in this memo, I've shared just how we get to the mill rate. There is a difference between the tax rate and the mill rate. The tax rate would be taking the total number of dollars required to be levied, dividing that by the assessment, and that gives you typically a decimal number it's out, 8 decimal or 4 decimals to get out to a certain number. That gets your tax rate. To get the mill rate, you will take that number, multiply by 1,000. And then when you generate taxes, you take the mill rate, apply it to the individual assessment, and then divide by 1,000 to get the dollar amount that property owns. So the mill rate just allows it to see it in a number that's maybe a little more easy to see and understand and digest, rather than seeing a number that has 0.0000 whatever that might be. This brings that to be just an easier, functional, manageable number. So the assessment is prepared by the assessor, provided to the MD by the end of February, and then we start looking at the development of the mill rate and some understanding and calculations and computations to see what that might look like. So in addition to the municipal mill rate, the bylaw that has to be passed includes the provincial education requisition, the seniors housing requisition, which in our case is the Taborn District Housing Foundation, and the designated industrial property requisition, which is the assessment that's done by the province for linear property. That requisition is set by the province and is set by a ministerial order. As I was preparing this, I haven't seen that ministerial order come through yet, so that number will be updated once we have that order from the minister. So for the provincial education requisition, I've shared a chart here showing what the requisition amount was in 2025 and what the requisition amount is in 2026, and what the mill rates to those were, and the comparison, the difference in the change to this year. Overall, there is a decrease in the school residential requisition and a minor increase in the non-residential requisition. And this is due to a couple of factors. One, in 2025, we'll start back. In 2024, there was an under levy, and this happens when we requisition based on what numbers the province has given us, but then they pass a budget and they determine what action needs to be requisitioned. And so they requisitioned more, which means we had to pay the province more, but we only taxed a certain amount. So we had to make up that difference in the subsequent year. And so in 2025, there was a $360,000 under levy. And so we had to add that to the 2025 taxes to make up that difference. So the requisition from the province in 2025 was 6.2 million. Had to make up a difference of 360,000 to come to a total of 6.5 million. And so the requisition in 2026 is 6.7 million, and then a minor $5,000 under levy that has to be made up this year as well. And so while there have been some significant increases in the provincial requisition in the last couple of years, this under levy was a big increase in 2025, but it is lessening that jump. That there was a $500,000 increase of the requisition from 2025 to 2026, but that under levy has helped soften that impact on an individual's taxes for 2026. There was a large increase in 2025. So the amount of the requisition amount changes is $165,000 that needs to be remitted back to the province more than was last year. And this results in a minor decrease for the residential rate and a minor increase for the non-residential rate. The next one is the seniors housing requisition. As we've discussed, this does not include anything related to the requisition that may be forthcoming related to the Clearview Lodge project, as that project is still in determining some of those funding and financing options. And so we see this as part of the operating increase, and again a minor increase related to that one, an $18,000 increase in the requisition, which results in a 0.0006 increase in the mill rate for Seniors Foundation.
Counselor Takeda?
Just wondering how the future requisition might look like as a mill rate increase at that projected level of 93 per resident.
If we take that, looking at, if this is a $337 one, and those ones that they shared was about a $734, so roughly double, you'd be looking at probably a 0.25 as the mill rate, thereabouts, depending on, and there's a variety of factors that could adjust that, you know, the increased operating costs and requisition amounts that end up, it would be roughly around that number.
Counselor Peters?
I had the same question.
And then I won't go into the designated industrial property ones. We don't have that one yet, but that one is set by the province. It applies only to those linear properties, and it's in the past has been typically around a 0.07 that gets applied to those linear properties. And once we have that number, then we would include that on the bylaw. For the municipal mill rate, in recent years, the MD has used a 339 approach to the mill rates, which is a 3% increase to the residential rates, 3% increase to the non-residential rates, and a 9% increase to the farmland mill rate. And then once the roll was prepared and we had the assessment figures, then those were adjusted depending on council's direction to say where that share of the increase should sit, whether it residential, non-residential, or farmland. And so if the change in assessment was the only thing factored into and no change in mill rates, then the MD would generate an additional $564,000 from just the change in assessment. And this year there wasn't as much change in the actual growth. Most of the change in the assessment was related to the market factors and an inflationary market side of that. There was also a substantial decrease in some of the non-residential linear properties. So the growth that was seen, the actual growth that was seen was negated by the provincial assessor's assessment on those linear properties and bringing it down quite a bit as well. So while there was an increase in growth, there was a decrease based on that provincial requisite or that provincial assessment side.
So during the 2025 tax year, was there not a negative mill rate put in place for residential?
I believe there was a decrease set. That it was I think it went from about 3.8 something, and then from 2024 to 2025 was a 3.7 mill rate.
Largely due to assessment and growth,
Yeah.
both inflation and like bricks and mortar growth.
But I do believe we passed a negative mill rate adjustment last year. I just don't know what that number was, whether it was 3 or 4.
I think it was about 3.5, or it was between 3 and 4. And yeah.
That's my biggest problem with the mill rate. So we went negative, but we upped the value of properties by 20%. So really we weren't negative. We knew a big increase in residential property value was coming. So we had to go negative, otherwise it would have increased housing to super unaffordable. And then we increased the farmland by 8%, but it's still way undervalued. It's selling for $5 million a quarter now. It's valued at $50,000. So we went up on that, even though but we went negative because we knew housing value went up by 20%. So even though we went negative, your house value went up. That's the problem I have with the mill rate is it doesn't really give you actual dollar value. It just says what you're doing. So the people out in the community, when you say, oh, we lowered your mill rate. Well, no, we didn't lower your taxes. We lowered your mill rate because your taxes were going up by way more than we put them up.
So I don't disagree with one thing you said, but it is the system that we have.
Yeah, it's the system we have.
And so that's why we last year chose to do a negative number, because we still gained the cost increases that we needed. And I suspect perhaps we may do the same this year. I don't know where we're going, but we recognize, and that's why I always think that presentation from our independent assessors is really important, because we know that what the assessment increase is. And since I've got here, this council advocated with Lethbridge County to see if we could get the minister to change something on farmland assessment, but the government's not willing, so then I feel I have a responsibility to continue to move the needle on that. And I will be looking at that again this year, because that is the one constant as we look at this, is the farmland assessment. We can keep going. But anyone, please interrupt, ask any questions or make any comments, because this is the biggest thing we'll do.
Yeah, and so then using the 339 approach, which is what is pre-populated into the calculator tool, an additional 1.3 million is generated from that. But there still leaves a shortfall of 961,000. So in order to make up that shortfall, there's a few options, either to increase the mill rates, decrease the budget expenses, or increase budgeted revenues. And a combination of those methods can be used. And then the tool allows for council to determine what share of that increase should be put onto which class. And then again, just as conversation for reference, for 2025, the residential mill rate was decreased by 3%. The non-residential rate was decreased by 0.61%. And the farmland mill rate was increased by 9%. And so this chart here that you see on your screen is a representation of the tax dollars levied against each class and their percent share of what that contributes to the taxes needed to meet that requirement for operating the MD. And so this is the opportunity now for council to then look and see what those rates should look like and what those further chances might be. And there's again those combination of increase the mill rate or decrease expenses or increase revenues according to the budget, because the budget then dictates what that amount has to change. And so in the tool, in this box over here on the left hand side is where those budget adjustments can be entered, and then the whatever the mill rate adjustments might need to be can be entered in there. It is a bit of a trial and error to get the percentages to where it should be, and to get this additional revenue raised number in the bottom of the screen, to get that as close to zero as possible. And then there's some rounding amounts when it actually gets whatever is determined, when it's actually applied, some rounding amounts to make sure that that's a positive number, so that enough is being generated to make up the shortfall. And then below here, it's just, if I zoom out too much, I just fear that you won't be able to, I don't know how small it gets on your screen to be able to see, but so whenever changes are made in this top box here, would adjust the mill rates in this section below here. You can see that those percentages are represented in these columns here. Oh, right.
Councillor Condor?
I just want to give my personal experience on mine. Just so when it went negative, my acreage come back, it went up $400 and we went negative. And then farm went up 8%, which added under $100 to my tax bill per quarter. So I'd like to see them get closer. I don't know how we're going to put the numbers here to get them closer, but I think we need to get that to a closer number for both. Because I think Lethbridge, if I'm correct, they went up 30%, did they not, for their mill rate on farm?
I don't know what percentage they went up. I know that their mill rate for farm is at 30 and some change.
Deputy Reeve.
I certainly agree that it's the farmland that has the most significant impact on our infrastructure, or at least our road infrastructure. It makes sense in my mind for us to look at trying to shift some of the load from one class of assessment to another.
If I recall correctly, that was certainly one of the things that was identified by council during our strategic planning time together as well, that we need to make a balance or improvements in the tax system a priority going forward for ratepayers throughout the entire MD. And I think that we're obviously not going to be in a position to do that all at one time right now in conjunction with the 2026 tax levy. But we can certainly start moving in that direction when it comes to setting the mill rates this time around. I do have one question on the other sheet that you had there. What is the minimum tax that's applied right now on a per parcel basis?
$40.
Okay. And that's just for the real small fragment parcels?
Yeah,
that-
there's a handful of them, and they make up whatever the difference is up to $40.
Yeah,
It's
and
not,
the total amount is only 21,000 altogether?
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
we're projecting 19,000 for this
Yeah.
2026.
so even if we doubled it, it's not gonna fix your problem.
And when we put that in, we received a lot of pushback. And I recognize why, but some of it is just how land is fractioned. And so some guys were paying minimum tax on a very small amount compared to, that had no generative value to their operation.
Yeah.
So I totally see it when it's a lot in a community that should be higher, but some of these were like little corners or hexagons out in the Bald Prairie.
Well, but the reality is it costs money to send a tax notice.
And that's why I supported it, but people were like,
Yeah.
yeah, it should be cost recoverable
Yeah.
at least.
When you get a tax bill for $2 or $3 and it costs
No,
that amount in postage alone, it just doesn't make sense.
yeah, I agree.
The on the tool is what the calculator tool, it is linked to like a second page, which is part of it.
Mhm.
And that references the typical sample group that we provide every year. Again, to give an idea of how any adjustments you make to mill rate and or budget adjustments will impact the different types and properties of throughout the municipality. And again, they're a sample. It's a sample size.
I think since we have a new council, it would be worth going through, but maybe what we should do is look at what people are thinking as far as rates. But like when you fool around with this calculator, you have to be, if you were to go 0 on res, 0 on non-res, you got to go to 74.9% increase to get a balanced budget on farm, which is like, I don't, but then if you do it and you look at what the sample is, it changes things quite a bit, but not as much as you would think. But it's just raising the revenue so that it's, then farmland would reflect 50% of our tax bill and residential 18, residential 18 and farmland 18. If you raise farm to 74.9, which is like compared to the suggested 9.
So we can show just as an example, the 339 scenario and how it impacts a couple samples, right? And then from there, council can give other considerations to different breakdowns.
Sure, I think it's worth going through them so people can understand what those are. And it's quite interesting, even I'm sure all of you have looked at it, but it's worth to spend a little time.
And with the 339 one, it's important to note that there is that shortfall of $960,000, which then when you're looking at these samples, it's not reflecting that there's still, close to $1 million that needs to be generated. So I just caveat that when you're looking at these samples, that it's still showing a shortage of that figure.
Yeah, that's my only reluctance to go deep into these, is that it's not realistic. It doesn't reflect our operations. So are we going to cut something? Are we gonna reduce something? And that doesn't even take into the fact the requisition amounts. This is just our own operating.
The samples would have the updated requisition amounts though. So those are on the sample sheet. That is the
Right.
requisitions that we received for 2026.
Right, but on the calculator, it's just our operations,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
I just want to
Yes,
make sure
yes.
that's what I,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go through them, or if people have questions. Yes, definitely.
So on the sheet that's showing there right now with the samples, it's showing what the levy change is on the far right side. Is that based on the 339 split?
This is the 339,
And that's still going to leave us how short on our revenue side?
960,000.
960.
960,000.
Okay,
So to take these numbers would not be
yeah,
without removing or finding different revenue of that amount.
no,
These wouldn't be accurate numbers.
I think what we should do
Mhm.
is start plugging in numbers
That's how,
that will generate the income that's required to balance the budget. And then we'll play with what the allocation needs to be between each category of assessment.
yeah, I feel the same way, because there's no sense looking at each of those properties until we have a balanced budget. So we really need council to weigh in on what they think farmland, yeah, because when I plug in 0074.9, we generate an extra 14,000, so it's probably like 74.83. And just so you know, our screens are blank. Maybe you know that. Yeah, the computer screen. Oh,
So
there we go.
So this would get it as this is one scenario. So 8.5, 8.5, 8.5 across the board would generate would leave that at a $600 overage percentage. We'd determine a little closer with rounding and getting a little closer to zero. But that's the same across the board, and the samples then would look as such.
What would it be if we leave the res and the non-res at the 3 and 3 and place all of the burden on the farm? How high does it have to go? So 75%, 70% increase? 70% increase on nothing is still nothing.
Well, it
I
has-
guess it's not nothing, but on very low tax bill.
Yeah, I think it's a little lower than that.
It'd be a little bit between 50 and 51 -ish.
Yeah, I kind of have, yeah, when I do it, it's 52.
So just going
then-
down, so we see what the impact is on a dry land and irrigated
Just the
corridor.
Dry
Dry land's
land,
gonna be paying an extra
irrigation,
$163 and an irrigated corridor $400. By placing the entire additional burden on farmland and leaving the other two assessment categories the same.
We say that number is 400 and quarter for irrigation.
Yeah,
No, that's the levy change. That's how much it's going to change. What's the total amount? Your
This,
total,
on dry land, it would be a change of 160 to a total of 564.
Yeah.
On irrigated, it would be a change of $403 to a total of 1,392.
Yeah.
And for some pasture land, it would be an increase of $37 to a total of $128.
but putting this into context, that's how much you're going to recover from on an irrigated quarter, your total tax levy for 2026 would be $1,400 more or less on a $4 million piece of property. You apply that to a $4 million residence and find out how much it's going to be generating.
I'll scroll through this list so you can see what these all, so the idea is, there's a Tabor in south of Tabor, property south of Tabor, 80 acres with a home, south of Tabor, 1.5 acres with a home. a home in Vauxhall on 80 acres. So I'm Big Bend. I don't know the location of what that is, but it's okay. 160 acres with a home. Then we get the farmlands one. See, this is a home in Enchant.
Can you,
Home in
like,
Hayes.
can you go like very slow?
Sure.
It's important.
Yep.
And so this is with doing an increase on residential and going back to what Counselor Condor said. There already, we know there's a increase in assessment. So now you're gonna do an increase in assessment and an increase in taxation. So the far right, and excuse me for repeating a question that I know we've heard the answer, but it's that important. That bottom amount is what the change to their tax bill would be. And so it's worth noting what their taxes already are. So, 80 acres versus 1.5 acres with a house. Those 80 acres, and maybe you can just refresh everyone's memory of that they get a portion, waived is not the right word, but considered farmland on 80 acres. So that's why when they're home, and these homes are, this, you can see what their assessment is. And I don't disagree with what the assessment is because everything's going for still ridiculous. We haven't leveled out on acreages. But I just, I really struggle using these numbers knowing I'm not comfortable with residential going up by 3%. And assessment, like I just don't think they can do it.
So on these, there's a lot in this sample chart. So if you look at this property here, it has their 2025 assessment, has the 2026 assessment, it has what their assessment change was, and then on this, then it has the rates, what they are with the last year, this year, and then it would show what the levy change would be, the percentage of that levy change. So it's that assessment amount and then that residential mill rate amount on there on swell to generate that full levy change.
And so let's just use this one for reference sake. Can you go back to the calculator and put 0 at the residential, recognizing we're not balanced, but just gives people an indicator? Yeah, and then go. So they're still, with just assessment, are going to have a change.
5% to match the assessment.
Right.
So,
Go ahead.
so what amount needs to be plugged into the other two categories of assessment then to balance the budget? If we leave residential at 0,
I'm also not in favor of increasing non-residential.
and I appreciate that. Yeah,
Yeah, especially when we look at like the store in Grassy Lake. So it's on here. So let's have a look at that one. It would be good.
Can I just mention something as well?
Certainly, of course.
In referencing the memo, there are some suggestions from a expense reduction perspective that could be considered, i.e., definitely I take, and as administration, I take a strong position on the Clearview Lodge. That decision's above my pay grade. I won't belabor that. But if you can defer that first payment of $287,000 from this year to next, you could add that to, if you go back to the calculator, Mike?
Yep.
The calculator portion. You could add that, decrease it by $287,000, which is in play here too, not just tax rates. It's just again, a suggestion to consider that there's more than one way to skin a cat, I guess you could say. And then, although it's suggested from a cautionary perspective, the decrease in police funding to no more than $100,000 as well. So it just has an impact on when you set the mill rate, right?
But
But
don't
if-
you think that's real risk? Like, aren't we just running ourselves into trouble with the police funding model when we've received indication, or do you know something that the requisition is gonna be less?
The police, you're talking?
Yes, just police.
We've received estimates,
Yeah,
but we're treating them as estimates, and that's why we're suggesting to not decrease it any more than $100,000. You either deal with the rate shock this year or a gradual adjustment incrementally this year and next year, and then the following 3 years after that. It's just an option. I'm not saying that you could do it. It's an option. And the memo clearly specifies to be cautionary about it.
mhm.
As far as the risk about deferring depending on when Clearview needs the money from a cash flow perspective, I'm not sure if that's a risk. Perhaps more so prudent cash flow management that in this case would impact 2026 taxes. So
Wouldn't we just be deferring the expense to 2027? Like, this council will still we're not a short-term group. We're looking at the long game too.
yeah, I'm just pointing out options.
Okay.
If the direction from the powers that be is, yes, don't look at the budget, we won't look at the budget. If that's what I'm hearing.
No, just my rationale too, like trying to catch farmland up a bit. Like they're gonna sell some water rights here for $5,000 an acre, which is willing to be paid, which is gonna be like a lot of $800,000 for a quarter, right? So if people are gonna buy that, we should make it clear our intention is to make it more fair with everybody, that before you buy these water rights, we're gonna burden you with some more tax. So maybe they might not spend as much water. It's their right to spend whatever they want on it, but I'm just trying to be fair out front, saying we're trying to shift the tax to make it equal across the board, not trying to. That's my rationale, because people are going to spend shortly here $800,000 a quarter to buy water rights.
Well, technically, the impact for the water rights that they're purchasing won't hit their assessment until next year. Yeah, so it delays it, but it is going to hit them. It's not going to hit them this year.
But I think still on an irrigated quarter, the tax is only $1,300, I think, where we were at, or something. And people are going to spend $800,000 to buy water rights, so it's.
Yeah, it is a little disheartening to look at the Grassy Lake restaurant, just see how hard it is for them to, and if they go bust, that building isn't worth anything. And we don't, because to replace them, anyway, yeah, non-residential has got a big struggle.
So that was showing with the 3% on non-residential, and then just, we hadn't got back to that Grassy Lake one, so then the 0 non-residential would then show as such for Grassy Lake Restaurant. And that non-residential line is here.
And not unlike every municipality, we have the good fortune of having Lamb Weston, and you can see the amount of that they carry, but they are a processing plant. Our neighbors in the town of Tabor also have plants that are a large part of their budget. So, but we still want to be respectful. And again, it's the system we work in, but I'm just trying to figure out how all of our costs have gone up too. And they're still going, right? We're not going to see fuel change.
Just curiosity, what CNRL battery is that one?
It doesn't link to a location,
There's two.
Yeah,
to a location map.
I'd just be curious to see which location it is.
No, it just has the roll number. Some of the,
Well, and we can see the drastic depreciation of solar too, if you continue down that, like it's much more rapid than I thought it would ever be. I mean, we received some advice, but it's just still. It's not the steady income that we thought it could be.
Do we know if windmills do the same? Do we have, oh yeah, we have windmills, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they're.
And it goes down, no. Why is it the depreciation not?
That solar farm is relatively new, so oh, go ahead,
I'll
sorry.
just say
Art.
the wind ones are well established, so they probably already leveled out.
Right, okay. And that will happen to solar too eventually. Yeah, okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
We cannot have a deficit budget, so we have to make a plan. Go ahead, Councilor.
I don't know how it relates to this, but I had one business in my area that they pay tax to the MD and they're right on the Highway 36. And the approach off the highway, nobody fixed. So they had to fix it themselves, spend like $12,000 to fix it because nobody had fixed the roadway. It wasn't on their property. They couldn't get permit, and then finally they just went and fixed it because they needed it fixed. It was off the 36 and nobody wanted to take liability, and their tax bill is huge on this, like, but they couldn't get a road into their property. Nobody wanted to fix it. So yeah, some non-residential don't get treated quite. They wrote letters to us and to the government, like, when do you fix it, please? And nobody. So they said, can I just fix it? Give me permission. And that was even hard to get.
I mean, the other option, and I mean, we've gone quite far down the path, but is there other, do you want to go through the budget items and see if there's a change in service? And, you know, that's what we're hearing from people that, you know, our level of service is probably the minimum, right? And how many requests do we have to improve roads, to get roads where we've heard from administration that we have a lifespan ending on all of our soil cement roads that are in the millions and millions of dollar costs. So what do we do? Well, those are the same people going to work, and
Our biggest burden, we have no choice but to spread leaching right now. And we need to be able to spread it to who does the most to our biggest maintenance is roads. But we have no tool to do that quite yet. We have to do it equally across the board. It'd be nice to get a tool eventually that if your business is doing, which we would do to any other business, is doing the most damage to the road, you should pay more than the guy doing less damage. We can't do that because tools aren't there yet, but we need that tool to be able to be fair to every farmer. Some farmers do less damage than other farmers. No, I don't want to break a farmer. That's not my goal but the other ones, we make them pay their fair share away equally because we value your house more, we value this more, we value your business more. If you're doing more damage to the road, which you have to do, we live in a farming community, you have to do it. You know how to run a business. But if it was a non-business, you would pay.
sorry, I'm just trying.
I wish this concern about revenue would have taken place during the land management discussions, because it seems we're really wanting to subsidize a very small group and then try and pass the burden on to others.
So I disagree with that statement because I would, part of it, I disagree with part of it. Never did I ever feel that like selling anything should go towards operating. I felt that if we went to market on it, but we were gonna give that 5 years anyways. And we already are going with the cultivated to market. Well, the ability for them to buy it at appraised value. So I was always in favor of that. What I am opposed to is the 10 years, but this is operating and we've got to figure out how we're going to operate. And so land sales, I've seen farmers who sell off land and then they go through it. That shouldn't be what we use. That should be for big projects, whether that's like the Vauxhall Arena or future major upgrades to a road. But this is strictly a taxation, a huge taxation issue. There would have been a way to earn some more revenue if it all would have went to tender, but my goal was never to just take all that money and put it in operating. It was a longer term goal. So mine is right now struggling with, if we didn't even have any land, how do we manage this budget?
Because we can point out that we are still bringing in a couple $1 million of income off of this land that we brought in from the province. If we didn't have this land, if we never brought it in, we still have to manage what we're doing. And so we've been subsidized by the land that we brought in from the province. And so, and we're still getting that benefit. If we didn't have that land, if we're like other counties, we'd still have to figure out this problem. And so I agree with Tamara, we do have to figure out how we're actually going to handle operations unrelated to this land policy.
Yep, sorry, just holler at me. I'm trying to work numbers.
That's fine. I'm just wondering, does administration have any suggestions as to what could be considered for reduced expenses that we should be taking a look at? If it was
Yeah.
your decision, what would you be
Yeah,
suggesting?
first and foremost, we provided those in the memo.
Yeah.
There's other larger expenditure items. I can just name a few. And it would be from a perspective of focusing narrowly on the MD of Tabor, right? So the result would perhaps be a little bit of less regional collaboration, right? You could probably decrease expenses by another 300,000 if you decrease recreation contributions to your neighboring municipalities. Again, that would impact potentially service levels within the region. Those are, I'm trying to think of kind of the larger line items to try to actually make a difference from a budget perspective. And fully acknowledging that there'd be political community-based implications if those were even considered. That's part of the reason why they're not necessarily, from a big picture perspective, included in the memo. But I guess right off the bat, it would be what we've referenced in the memo for consideration.
Well, I'm very reluctant because they've watched those municipalities who are counting on some of those monies have seen our interim budget and probably built that into their budget.
Yeah, very much so. And that's why the comment is tempered and not included in the memo.
Right. Yeah, if I plug in 0 for non-res, we still see increases if we go to the industrial properties, like they still, based on their assessment, have significant increases. And they should have some, right? The argument that we double dip, if you're gonna sell your property, there's very few people who will sell it at the assessed value. They want to make more than the assessed. We want it both ways, right? If I'm a resident who owns an acreage, I want to sell it for more than the assessed, but I want to base my taxes on it. But I also feel we have to be aware of how high those bills are getting. But how do we operate the MD without drastically reducing services? And those services are water, sewer, roads.
So can we talk about the police assessment just a little bit more?
Sure, absolutely.
Anyway, I've read a little bit about the stuff that came from the RMA group about their recommendations on all this, but do we really, the numbers that we put in here, do they reflect us going to the full $1 million in 3 or 4 years, or what are we looking at in 5 years?
So the interim budget that was approved reflects an estimated, like again, because we had no information at that time in December, an estimated amount of 900. Do you want to just find it and say it so I'm not guessing? And then we received an estimate from the province, not finalized, that our 2026 police bill would be approximately, would be in the 700,000s, right? So that's why we felt comfortable, although with caution, but for this year, decreasing it 100,000. And then next year, we would likely see an increase again, right?
But could this inform our decision of, like, the province says if we use their service, they might pay 70% of that? Is that?
Well, that's naturally a political policy lever
Yeah.
they're pulling now, but there's still so many unknowns. We don't even know what that option is.
So 2 points on that. Again, won't name municipalities, but when we asked one municipality who's been named by the province that they're considering using Alberta Police, they can't get the MOU or the dollars expected of their municipality. So they're very cautionary, and they passed their budget with not doing it. And when I inquired about what the cost would be to maybe access, like we had any gain from this, the cost, there's nothing indicating other than those bold announcements, it'll be cheaper and we'll control what it is. I say they'll control what it is, but I don't know how it can be cheaper because it's still people, cars, equipment.
And so trying to go with the town of Tabor at,
Same cost.
but
Yeah.
to me, it doesn't seem like that can be realistic. Somehow there's got to be a way to work together with the town of Tabor to be lower.
Yeah, there's no conceivable way. I can respect the question, Councillor Tory, but there's no conceivable way for me to give you advice on something that we haven't even talked about.
Yep.
But
But that decrease of 100,000 is reasonable.
that's what administration has put in the memo, and an additional 287,000. Even if you deferred, I don't want to say not even if you purposely deferred, even if by way of the process of accessing the money for TDHF is deferred or delayed, it doesn't mean we're being short-sighted. It just means the payments go on a year additional, 20, 25 years into the future, right? Like it's a long-term, long game approach regardless.
And
So you could conceivably, and I'll let Mike speak to the deferral in more detail. He's more comfortable with that. But you could conceivably, on the expense reduction specific to 2026 budget, just with those two items, decrease expenses by 387,000.
right. But conceivably, if we move forward with our land policy the way we're going forward, and some of this land does sell, that we could, it delays, it could give us time to then deal with Clearview potentially in a different manner if we delay a year like you're talking about, right?
I think there's too many different ways to answer that because I don't know where the policy is going to land.
Right,
So
but
again, it's
I'm
another-
saying that deferring it might give us time to get some, I don't,
I would tend to think more on the negative. Mike, speak up if I'm out of bounds here. Because once you borrow the money and you incur that expense for the duration of that loan. So I'm,
right, but can you, there's no way of prepaying some, like,
It depends on the lender.
right,
And because we will not own the asset, there's question as to whether we can borrow through the Loans to Local Authorities program. And so we'd have to go to a commercial lender or we're kind of exploring what those lending options might be. The Loans to Local Authorities program, which is part of the Treasury, Alberta Treasury Board, allows loans for up to 30 years. But again, you have to own that asset. And there's some aspects, maybe you don't own the asset, it's a municipally controlled corporation that owns the asset. And there might be some opportunities in there, but if the asset is owned by the Taborn District Housing Foundation, then taking a loan through that program is seeming less likely. Through that program, there is not really an opportunity for prepayment. They structured in a way that you make your equal payments throughout the course of that loan, and any prepayment has a penalty associated with it. You weigh out whether or not that penalty is worth it, and over the course of that loan, maybe it does make sense, maybe it doesn't make sense, and that can change year to year even. The other, what we're exploring now is, and what's reflected in here and why that change needed made is looking at through just a commercial lender who, and I'll also mention the Loans to Local Authorities usually gives a rate that's usually subprime. So it's a better interest rate. But if we don't have access to that, then it doesn't matter whether it's above or below prime or at prime. But through a commercial lender, we'd be paying a rate at prime plus an amount. And then that is a loan that has to be, it might be the term for 25 years, but you're renegotiating that term every 5 years, wherever the interest rates are at that point. So it might be $287,000, 2026 through 2031. But what happens to interest rates and the rate of prime at that time? Does it decrease? Does it increase? And then that debt payment then would increase over that next 5-year term. And then you're renegotiating after that another 5 years until the end of that term. There might be opportunities for prepayment under that scenario, but it needs more exploration and seeing what those options are and working to see if there's options from the Treasury Board that might allow for different things, but that's kind of where it sits at this point.
Yeah,
Sorry.
John. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to be clear that like the word deferral of the first debt payment on a loan for the Clearview Lodge project is not insinuating no support for the project. It's just deferring the first payment. That's it. I mean, yes, my recommendation is it's not financially feasible at the time. Again, that decision is above my pay grade. But as far as 2026 budget is concerned, deferring that to 2027 isn't necessarily short-sighted because you're looking at a 25-year loan anyway. So it's just a possibility to.
and I'm just saying, if that is, how do we defer that? Is that by borrowing it later, which could give us some time to do something different? That's what I'm saying. The deferral might also help us to have some time to make a different decision on not supporting it, but on how to support it.
Borrowing it in 2027 is what this is effectively recommending. I'm not going to begin to speculate on where council's going to land on land policy decision, et cetera, et cetera.
So I think I understand the police thing now. So when we passed this budget initially, this interim budget, we had estimated an increase of whatever it was. And now an estimate has come from the province since that time that's decreased it by about $100,000. Is that right?
Yeah.
So then,
that has decreased it to a point on the basis of an estimate from the province only. where we would feel comfortable at
Right.
the very maximum decreasing that by 100,000.
So if we were going to make that change, that would have to come through a motion then, is that right?
Yeah, any change through any final budget changes, yeah.
So would we like to make them now as we have them in front of us to adjust the budget accordingly, or do we do it all at the end?
It might be easiest to do it all at the end, right? And keep note of them. But did you find that the amount we budgeted in December for policing was 900, what was it?
907,000.
907,000. And I think we received an estimate. I'm gonna give you not the exact because I don't remember it, but it was between 700 and 750,000-ish. Yeah. So because it's an estimate from the province, that's why we don't think anything more than $100,000 would be prudent.
So based on some text advice on the CVL project, possibly that's the way I understand it. It could be deferred to early 2027. It depends what the construction manager schedules payments. And I'm at that point where we have to have these very frank conversations about this. So if we could defer, but it's still defer, right? But like you say, maybe there's a way to reduce it, but this is still the 4.5. This isn't even the requisition, or 4, I'm sorry, not 4.5, the 4.
And with deferring these ones, it is that deferral. These are that expense for the loan will be back at this conversation at this table in a few months when we start looking at 2027 budget, and then when we're determining mill rates a year from now. And the policing one is also going to increase again. So they are truly deferrals that are just being postponed to the 2027 discussions.
Okay. Give us an option, I guess. So let's change that, because that really changes the numbers. Put those two in the calculator, and just to see. Right. So it'd be minus 100 and then minus 260. No. Oh, yeah, I'm like, no. You're such an optimist, Mike.
And then this is where the trial and error comes in, right? Kind of just type in what numbers might.
So then if we
Yeah,
went
so-
to 35,
So we're still.
even at 35%, it doesn't give us enough. 48. Yeah. So 50. 54. At least we're out of the 70s. 56 is 2. Yeah, it's got to be close. Yeah, so 57.4 maybe. Okay, so yeah, if
Leave
we
it
go
there.
57.4, that gives us a positive 3. So then it's worth noting before we go to that then residential's covering still 19% of our tax burden, but farming is covering 17%. So now let's look at the calculator. So no one's taxes are going down except for solar, but that's the change in assessment by negative 24.8%.
On solar, is there also a component of M&E or linear?
There's a component of it. So solar, the majority of it would be that non-resident machinery equipment or non-residents, right? They are the same rate. And so it decreases that non-residential amount for a solar one.
So there's linear as well, and that probably doesn't depreciate, or does it?
I'd have to look at that particular role in our system and the actual assessment role.
So so the irrigation then with that rate would still, they would be paying 450, 411 more, and pasture dryland is 183. The thing that gets me is this doesn't elevate our level of service. So even though we're going to shift the tax burden, which we have recognized that it needs to move, this doesn't improve our level of service. And again, I'm not saying we have our level of service has us with roads deteriorating, not as frequent of grading and graveling as we maybe our residents would like. This is just to remain status quo. So Lane, just for your awareness, we took out the 100,000 for policing, the minus, yeah, there you go. And then tried to find where we got to. And now we're just looking, we were just discussing the different samples and the implications that it has.
If we compare that $453 increase in taxes on that quarter of irrigation compared to the increased value that quarter of irrigation gained in the last year alone, it's tiny. Like and so it wouldn't it still wouldn't match an increase of what would happen in residential, or what is happening in residential. So I don't know. I don't think it's unfair.
Yeah, my concern is so most farmers are cash poor. So to have cash to pay taxes makes a difference. And, we've seen almost a 30% increase in fuel. The input costs are close to that. So it is not lost on me that this helps our scenario significantly, but it does add burden, and maybe it's a burden we should have moved along sooner. But we had the privilege of oil and gas supplementing us. But if we're going to operate, and we have been using the lease land revenue in general operating. So yes, if we would have went to market on everything right away, we would have had a significant increase, but that's not where we're at. And, people know my opinion, so I'm not going to state that again, but I also know what the numbers are for the vote here. So it's just, can we handle this? And could we look at, I'll take comments, but then I'd like to look at the mill rate comparison. And,
Oh, yeah.
but Councillor Condor has something, and then anyone else who has something.
Just to yeah, everything's going up price, but for an acreage, you have to work more. For me, my last year of farming, I've made it well known. I plan on retiring, so fertilizer went up. I'm cutting back on that. I got control of that. I'm cutting back the fertilizer I put on because fertilizer went through the roof, so I'm not putting as much on this year. You have control of your numbers, whereas that residential, you don't have control of your numbers. You have to work more. So you have control of your numbers. You can have less input. You can seed a little bit less per acre. You got control. You got room to move your numbers. Where an acreage owner or a business doesn't, it's fixed. Well, business might be able to manage their employees something or different or do something, but as an acreage owner, you just have to work more. You need more money if it goes up.
Any other comments? I'm actually going to make everyone go around the room, but we'll come back to this. But maybe we could just look at the mill rate comparison just to see how far out MD of Tabor would be. And recognizes this is 2025. This is not,
These are the mill rates for municipalities in the region, but it is comparing what the 2025 mill rates, this is last year's mill rates, are showing, and it's highlighted what the lowest one is, the highest one is, and some of them it's a, you know, for example, the lowest non-residential rate is in the village of Barnwell, but is that a good comparator? How much compared to what has non-residential in it? So it is the lowest rate, but just I'd caution just using that as the comparative for looking at the lowest and highest, just based on what their assessment might look like. But this is the list of the chart of, or the table of the mill rates of our neighbors and the region.
John, and then I'll go to Deputy Reader.
Interesting to note the difference between us and the county of Lethbridge on non-res.
Well, and on the farmland. That's telling.
And they always have been so much higher.
And that doesn't include the head tax, right? That's just the assessment on farmland. And they're also doing a head tax.
Yeah, so this definitely doesn't give us apples to apples. I don't think Coaldale's on, oh, yeah, they are on here, and they have a recreation assessment fee, right? So different municipalities have different things that this is as much apples to apples that we can compare, but there are always other nuances.
It also comes to, like, when I worked in urban side, you know, there's certain things that are covered by different fees, like your utility bills. You know, one municipality might pay for the waste collection through taxes, where another one puts it on their utility bills. So there's things like that that you're not getting the same services at each municipality, and so it's a good comparator, but it's not. It shouldn't be used as the end all be all because of the different services that are provided by different municipalities, and you just get different service for it. But it is an idea if people are looking to relocate or things like that, to see what that might impact them when they're making that kind of choice.
I find this chart helpful. It's confirmation that misery loves company, and we're right in there with many others.
Before we go, Arlis just texted me, so not that I've just pulled this out of the wind. Director Serena has some additional information, so we'll just pause, go to his information, and then we'll carry on with this conversation.
Yeah, appreciate patience as we continue to look at where that difference is made up. So we went through. There's 7 items that make up our revenue item, which is the tax recovery grazing lease rent, our MD grazing lease rent, the grazing lease tendered, cultivation non-tendered, cultivation tendered, cultivation irrigated, and then what we call our miscellaneous leases. And that was an oversight. We didn't include the revenue for our miscellaneous leases in this calculation. So we will have an additional revenue of approximately 42,000 as calculated right now. And so it will be, the 36 will actually be an increased revenue as we go forward. So that is what makes up the revenues for land leases. We're adding 42,000 back in revenue.
Deputy Reeve.
So is that based on the policy rates that were in effect in September, or what we are projected to move towards?
The 935,000 plus the 42 that we just identified is based on $30 per AUM for the grazing, the tax recovery leases. It also includes only the 70 cents per acre for MD grazing leases, because they don't renew until 27. And so there'll be another additional revenue of approximately 100,000 that'll be coming in 2027. 2027 budgeting revenue. And then it applies accordingly throughout.
Just so I'm clear then, the leases that you're referring to at the lower rate that don't renew until 2027, that has always been the case, and the discussions that we've been having all along have had no impact one way or another on that category of lease, correct?
For 2026.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, we're actually projecting an increase in revenue based on what has been put on the table for discussion leading up to this point in time. Not a reduction, it's an increase.
Be an increase in the rental rate, but a decrease in the budget because of the 150,000 for oil and gas.
I would like to confirm, how much are we increasing the revenue versus how much we're losing on the share of leases? So we're paying 150,000 out. How much are we increasing the revenue on the AUM rates?
The AUM rates are calculated at $30 per AUM for the 2026 lease revenues.
How many AUMs is our revenues based on?
I believe 35 per quarter.
The total overall?
So,
Like the dollar amount that we generated from those leases?
Yeah.
okay, so 382,856 for the tax recovery grazing.
382,856 is what's projected for revenues coming in 2026 based on the $30 rate that's proposed.
Correct.
How much in 2025?
I would have to grab the 2025 value and do the calculation here. Just give me a few minutes
Okay.
here.
'Cause that would be helpful. Because right off the top, once we subtract the 2025 rate from the 2026 revenue, and then we're gonna have to account for the $120,000 that's going out, I'm still suggesting that we're probably going to be money ahead. Please confirm.
But that money going out was just based off of a proposal. Last year, we actually paid $500 an acre to the leaseholders, or 400, and we've dropped it to 300. So we actually are not taking more. We're paying out less next year than we did this past year.
But the changes made in September said 2610 an EUM and oil and gas. So that's the $150,000 difference. When you remove the it's $1.60 an acre when you pay out the, $1.60 an acre, what is that in AUM? It's a decrease to the line item. There would be a decrease if you take off the oil and gas.
Oh, yeah.
What we'd had proposed in September.
Yes, but year over year, we're actually still, and there will be more discussion on this because, anyway. There's actual legal issues related to us assuming that revenue that is supposed to go from oil companies to the people that actually are on the land, we're assuming that it's our money when it actually isn't. It's oil revenue and it's supposed to go to surface lease. And so I will be inviting some legal counsel to come and help us understand the laws related to this so that we can make a more clear decision. And even if it doesn't change the numbers, so that we can phrase this differently, because loss of use and nuisance is for occupants, not for owners. There's very clear laws on this, and we're definitely pressing our luck by doing the exact opposite of what the province does, because they're actually following the Surface Rights Act, which says that anyway, we need to get some training, and I will be sending out an email and inviting in somebody to help us to understand this. That's not biased. That's actually just that can help us understand these laws, because we're not only causing ourselves a potential problem, because if the occupant is not getting paid for the loss of use and the nuisance that is calculated into, then the oil companies may not have to pay it. Because in the law, it's for the occupant to be made whole, not the owner. And that's why the province pays that to the occupant, not to themselves, because they would take it in a second if they could, but it's the law. And so if we push this issue too far without changing and phrasing it properly, we're going to get into legal trouble. And so I just think we need to be careful when we say that we are somehow gaining, or we are somehow losing money to the leaseholders, when actually in the law, in the Surface Rights Act, that money is supposed to go to them. And so we need to talk about it, and we need to be careful. But when we keep slandering the leaseholders as if they're stealing money from us, that's not true. Those contracts have been designed in the Surface Rights Act to make whole the people that actually deal with the loss of use and the nuisance. And that is the occupant, not the owner. The owner gets paid the land value at the beginning, and they get paid the general disturbance in the beginning, but then all of the annual amounts are supposed to go to the occupant. And so we need to get some help on this, but it isn't helpful when we keep making this out that somehow the leaseholders are being abusive to us, because these are actual costs that are in those leases to take care of these problems. There is actual nuisance to occupants. There is actual loss of use. And if we argue that there isn't, then we are actually going to affect a lot of other private landholders who are negotiating with oil companies. And so anyway, this isn't the end of this discussion. I don't think in any way, shape, or form, we are somehow hurting our leaseholders by compensating them for $300. That isn't even their legal amount.
What you say might be true on Crown land. This isn't Crown land, this is privately deeded. And so on privately deeded land, it goes to the landowner.
So I look forward to hearing some clarification from Councillor Tory, but I'll tell you my reason on any of the MD lands when we've started moving to a lesser amount to zero was because it was scathing to me that we paid people to put their cattle or farm our
Yeah,
land.
okay, but this is the issue.
Right.
We're not. If we say that as an MD of Tabor, that we are paying people, then we are saying to the oil companies that there is actually no loss of use and there is actually no nuisance. And so then they don't need to pay it to anybody. It is in the act that
Right.
so that's the thing that we need to understand, is that we are going to get ourselves actually, that $2 million that we're getting paid becomes at risk.
Well,
If we say that there is no loss of use and that there is no nuisance, then the oil companies don't need to pay the MD of Tabor anything. And we can lose $2 million a year.
And-
We need to understand the law.
yeah, and which is what I said. I look forward to seeing that so we understand it, because that is not how it was explained to me. And we saw the amount of rent that was paid and versus the amount that was paid to. And MD of Tabor was upside down on some of those payments.
But
On-
that's if we assume that that money was ours. And it wasn't. It was the oil company's money, and they have to pay the occupant of the land for them being there. And the occupant is the long-term leaseholders. We've got in our head that that's our money. It's not. And the province knows that. And the province has shared a bit of it. They've taken, $500 out of the $2,000 typical that's paid, but they would take it all if they could. But the act doesn't allow it, because the act says that the occupant of the land has to be made whole for the damages caused. And this doesn't matter whether it's Crown, whether it's even private land. If I leased out my land long-term and then never made whole the occupants of the land, the oil companies could come for a rent review and say, we don't have to pay you the surface, because as the owner, you're not sustaining any of those costs. That's the occupant. And so we just need to understand this. And so and that doesn't mean we can't adjust our rental rates and all those things, but we are not speaking with understanding of the Surface Rights Act. And guaranteed, the province understands this. And we need to get some training so that we understand what we're actually, because the issue that's going to come up is if we press this issue that there is no loss of use and nuisance, then all the private land groups that are negotiating with oil companies, we set a precedence. And a lot of them are getting nervous about this, and oil companies are looking at the option of not needing to pay this if there really is no nuisance, if there really is no loss of use. But I promise you there is. I live it. Every week we deal with oil issues on our ranch, and these oil companies come and go, they go bankrupt, they get abandoned. The occupants actually deal with these problems on the land. And so we can't let the oil companies not pay this. This is an actual cost. And so the issue is who has the legal right to it? And so if we argue that it's not a thing, then we're going to affect all the other private landowners that are negotiating with oil companies. And if we say it is a thing, then we have to follow the act on who actually has the right to that money.
I just remind council, this is a budget discussion. What we're talking about now is a policy matter that's going to be up for discussion during future meetings. I suggest we come back to budget, and it's lunchtime. Can we recess?
Yeah, I propose that we recess, but let's just take one pause before we look at this. So if we did the budget adjustments as have been brought forward from the recommendations and the new information, then if we did the test rates as are on the screen, 0, 0, and 55.2, that's what you need to ponder over lunch. Are you good with that kind of increase, or are we looking at having to adjust something in our budget?
Will this balance the budget? Or is there still a shortfall?
No, yeah.
No, this is, if you look at the line, the additional revenue raised, it
6704.
would be, there'd be some rounding.
Okay.
It might be 55.525. You know, there's some more decimal points that we would get to, but it'd be roughly around this, and it would be, I would consider it balanced.
Okay.
Can you scroll down to what, 2025, 2026 residential one with 4 for a house? Just a house that was.
Just the mill rate, or back to the sample one?
The bottom example, sorry. I should use the microphone. Bottom examples where it affect a house
On this sheet?
on this sheet that we got right now. Okay, so the average house with an acre is gonna go up 118, and then 2025, what did it go up? The average house, how much?
Which property were you looking at? I can tell you what that one.
House, 1.5 acres for the house.
Okay, so that one,
With this proposal, it's gonna go up $118. How much did it actually cash wise go up in 2025?
609.
609.
2/3 of that was related to the school one. So the municipal
But
increase
it
was
went up by
160.
609. So now let's
Overall, yeah.
go down to the farm one for an irrigated quarter. So an irrigated quarter is gonna go up 438 this year. And what did it go up in 2025?
105.
So it still didn't go, it won't go up as much as a house did last year, if you combine the two numbers. It'll go up by $542 over 2 years. And a house went up 600 and some in 1 year in 2025.
With no ability to generate revenue.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. And I do feel bad for, like, this year's going to be a brutal year on farms. But at least our quarters of irrigation, we actually can make revenue on. Our acreage owners and our little residents, and this is a money drain for them, not a revenue stream.
And I think the other thing to note, if you go back to the calculator, please, thank you. And if you look on the second blocks of things under tax levy, so in the dollars generated by residential, the dollars generated by farmland, and so on and so forth, you can still see where the majority, which would be common, is made up in non-residential. But we're still at 19 and 17 for residential to farmland. So I propose we take a recess. It's 12 o'clock now, but I did want to just have everyone think through that so they can contemplate it over lunch. What are people thinking? Do you have, like, do you want to have?
Whatever.
Oh, well, we can do it one then. Well, because Arliss is away too. 12:45, would that work for people? Okay, 12:45, we'll resume. When you're ready, Lace. Okay, we're going to resume our March 31st Committee of the Whole meeting. We left off with reviewing the 2026 mill rate calculator. And so we're going to resume discussion. I don't know if administration, I know you were visiting, if you have something you wanted to bring forward before we resume the council portion of the discussion.
No, I think no visiting out of the ordinary, but
I just wondered if there was some knowledge you wanted to impart on us, not, wasn't meant as anything bad. Okay, council. So right now they have proposed, could you tell me what the decimal points on your farm assessment is? I can see 5.2, but I know it's longer than that. Yeah, but it's got to be more than that, I think. That gets us 6704.
It's got
Okay.
55.517 right now.
Yeah, okay. I knew it must be something. Okay, council, we are trying to figure out how to have a balanced budget. The sample does include what the requisitions are. What we've changed is we have taken administration's recommendation of lessening the police funding model requisition by 100,000, delaying the budget amount of 282,000 to 2027, and recognizing gained revenue of 42,000 from the lease payments. Is that correct?
yeah, I just want, just from a governance perspective, once
Yes.
once administration's recommendation, if that is adopted by council, that becomes council's decision.
Oh, yes,
Just a point of reference.
yeah, no, I thought I said administration recommendations, but we recognize that. We're just trying to make sure people understand how we've arrived at this different number. That is being able to delay the TDHF CVL until 2027. So it doesn't mean we aren't supporting it. It just means when the funding model and based on construction and all of their items that they have to get in a row. So it does mean we're pushing it along, but maybe we can have some windfall by then. All right. And the test rates that we have in is 0% residential, 0% non-residential, 55.52 on farm. I will take any questions from council, but then I am going to go around the room from council to give their input. And remember that what happens here is a recommendation to council. So you will have another opportunity, but just as we pass the interim budget, we have to factor that we're already a third of the way through the year, or quarter of the way through the year. So we have to recognize where we're going to spend these dollars. So drastic changes on our next council meeting has direct impact. So, okay, so any questions or comments? Do you want to review the samples again? And if not, then I'm going to go one by one, whoever's ready to go first. And then if you haven't spoke by the end, then I'll come to you, but I won't pick a circle spot. On whether you think this is manageable for our residents. Go ahead. Can you use your microphone? Sorry.
I think this is as good as we're going to be able to get for the time being. I think all of us recognize that it's not going to get us where we need to be in the long term. I come back to the fact that once this is in place, whatever it ends up being when we set the final mill rate, The next step we're gonna have to engage in is the discussion about what's going to be required over the long term to provide greater equity in our tax system. This is simply an interim measure.
I can go next. I do feel this is extremely drastic on farmland. But I recognize that they are the highest users of our road network, which is a large cost. I think we're going to receive some pushback because what this budget does is it maintains our level of service. And I do believe it actually gets us closer. When I see with these numbers that residential would still be 19% and farmland 17%, and other non-residential, which you would expect should carry the burden, and we're grateful for those businesses at 52. I struggle still with that, we're not closer to market on the leases, but that's another discussion. And in order to have a balanced budget with a very frugal approach to MD of Tabor management, I don't know what else we would do. And when we know that the residential already are seeing an increase based on their percentage assessment. But I do feel that from a farm perspective, it's a significant change, but I also think we've heard they're willing to pay more, but for more service. And unfortunately, they're going to pay more for the same service.
Are we not buying another grader? So there's gonna be more service because we're gonna have more on the road. We're pulling another unit to pull the gravel back in, so by doing this, we're gonna have a little better service. And maybe not be extreme amount more service, but we are buying another grader to help maintain the road, so we are maintaining the roads a little bit better than we would have been with one less. And I would like, if, when we put it out, when you go zero, residents, that's why I like the number in the end. 0% doesn't mean 0%, it just means 0% on the mill rate, not 0% on what somebody's gonna pay. Be nice to see, what the average house in 25, resident was in 2025, what they're gonna be maybe in 2026, same as non-res, cause non-res went up to what they're gonna pay. And compared to farmland, what the total numbers for the 2 years would be, and farmland it still would be below what an acreage would pay. So it'd be nice when we put it out to be able to put them numbers out to show people. Even though it says 55%, it sounds really bad, but if you do the dollar wise, it doesn't sound as bad.
I can go next. I've had some feedback from my constituents. One of them indicated that this year is going to be a tough year for him farming, but he's a very small farmer. If it wasn't for the fact that cattle are where they are, he wouldn't be able to make it, period. And he trucks all winter just to make his farm viable. But everybody else that I've talked to said we don't pay enough on farmland for taxes, and we should increase the taxes. And this comes from both grazing and non-grazing constituents.
I just wonder if there's any more budget decreases that we could look at. I know there's some that administration has listed here, but seems like a big burden to put onto one group. I know the farmland probably hasn't changed for quite a few years, but that's a pretty big jump all at once with the way farming is going to be for this year for everybody. As far as the non-residents and residential, they've been just on the assessment alone. They've been going up the last few years, and not much we can do about it. That's the way the assessment is, but I'm sure we'll get lots of phone calls over this budget.
I've definitely had conversations with intensive agriculture that they are willing to pay more. It, like I say, the 55% makes it seem extreme, but dollars per quarter, it's definitely going to affect our operation. And so, yes, it's painful, but it is, the whole situation is painful with inflation and the roads and all anyway, it's hard to get on council and realize the liability that the MD of Tabor has. And so it is hard, but I think it's the reality.
I'm definitely not in favor of the 55% increase. There's one group that we haven't heard anything about increases, and those are people that don't grow potatoes. So the amount of people that grow potatoes are the ones that are willing to have an increase and say they're not paying enough. The dryland guy doesn't say that at all, never has, because it's significant already, and this really makes it really challenging to do it in 1 year. You have to remember that 3 to 5 times the yield comes off irrigation, yet it's only 1.5 differential when it comes to taxation. So there's a big differential here, and when you increase it by this much, it just spreads that differential. And I definitely won't be supporting this.
I appreciate the comments from Councillor Turcato. I guess the one question I would ask, what would you be prepared to support? What would level the playing field to the extent that you would like to see it happen? I think that council has all agreed that we need to make changes in the way that property is being taxed. And I'm confident that we're going to have an interest in moving forward with that. But what needs to happen with this in order to make it more acceptable for you?
Somewhere in the 10 to 15% range is all I could accept. We've been doing 9% for the last 7 years, I think it is. And I thought that was unsustainable. Now to add this is going above and beyond.
At 9%, that's 50 cents an acre. That's like, you can, as a farmer, you can adjust your inputs. You can adjust anything for 50 cents an acre in a heartbeat. You can absorb that, no problem. That's only $80 at 9%. That's not even, and then yet we're willing to put on a house where a guy's got to live and go work for an hour, more hours at $600. That's acceptable. I have a hard time with that one when they're working for the farmer who's going to be able to pay him, but he can't pay. You said it's unsustainable to go to 50 cents an acre, which is $80. That doesn't even make sense to me, but maybe it does. But it's literally $3 an acre if you want to do the math. It's $3 an acre more they're going to pay. You cut a hair bit of fertilizer, you cut a little bit of seed, you cut whatever you want, you can do it. Whereas if you're going to put it back on the houses, they got to go work a lot more.
Yeah, and that is where I am struggling, is if we were to look at our municipal budget, what do we do to cut? And I don't think we're over the top on what we're doing municipally. And we're always asking our administration to find efficiencies, but I mean, the basic costs, which I know everyone is faced with, so are we. And we've heard that household and acreage owners can't carry this. And I don't know how we do this. If we do go this way, I think the messaging has to be very well thought out to demonstrate the dollar increases. I mean, the public can see the samples, that's available, but most people aren't delving into the agenda. So I think we have to have a written component of why we've done it. Because I was nervous how and Deputy Reeves said, if we were going to increase irrigation, we would have to consult and make sure that, maybe it was Councillor Tory, sorry, make sure they understood what was happening. But this is almost the same, and we're just going to do it. So I do think that is going to be a sticker shock, but I also think at some point we needed to move this needle. So I'm just a bit worried for the management of those farms, but I also know that our residential can't carry everything.
Can we scroll back to the housing one again with the 1.5 acres sample? Yeah. So 1.5 acres, it's gonna go up $118 this year at 0%. But if we put farmland up by 9%, which is unsustainable, would be $80. That doesn't make sense to me. We're willing to put a house up for 118, but 9% on a quarter of land that's worth $5 million is unsustainable to go up by $80.
Yeah, with the assessment levels that we have, I think it's the only tool that we have right now is, and like I say, the numbers look ridiculous, but the assessment value is ridiculous. We all know that. And so it's the dollar amount at $3 an acre I'm willing to pay on my farm to keep the MD going, and to be fair to all of my workers and neighbors that don't have farmland and don't get a lot of the benefits of business ownership, where we get to write off our vehicles, write off our fuel. There's a lot of benefits to running a business, and we employ a lot of people. We bring a lot of benefit to the whole area. Obviously, agriculture is our core, but it has to be somehow fair, and it has to be somehow sustainable. And I think that my farm can sustain $3 an acre.
You might not have the answer to this, but if we were to, could we look at the page, I think it's in the section before, when we look at roads and how much money we invest into our roads, does it give us a good enough, and roads, culverts, tree management? I know they're not all compiled, but at least it would demonstrate the percentage that is actually spent on those line items to be reflected by the users.
While Mike's looking that up, just a couple, and again, I won't have the specifics. Those are referenced in the budget and attachments in the agenda package. But from a service level perspective, we see potentially more gravel being crushed, which has an impact on road maintenance. And we also see additional culverts being purchased. Again, last couple of years we've implemented and allocated some resources for actual drainage projects that weren't previously being done. So that's a service level adjustment. Just to provide clarity, in hearing some of council's comments, the graders that are part of the capital budget, those are replacements, not necessarily incremental additions. So just wanting to provide that clarity and transparency now, so that it's understood that those are to replace outgoing machines. Yep.
Oh, I thought we were getting one more out in the enchant area. We're not then putting another grader out that way?
I think you'll see that proposal in future budgets, but not the current one. Yeah.
The one caution that I'm thinking we need to be aware of, if this moves forward, receives approval, and the notices go out, there is going to be there's going to be some repercussions, I think, going ahead with the branding initiative because of the cost that has been attached to that. I know that it's being funded from reserves and it's not going to impact the mill rate, but it's just going to be the perception that we're jacking taxes up and using a fairly significant amount of tax dollars for something that isn't going to do anything more than change the image of the municipality. And that's going to be something that we're going to have to be very sensitive to and try and help people understand why it's appropriate to go forward with that endeavor. It's going to be a challenge.
And you can decrease some of those costs fairly significantly by just not doing entrance signs. Right? Whether it's a new logo or not, you can just not do entrance signs and decrease that cost fairly substantially.
Or bring it in incremental instead of a fall sweep of new signs, new everything.
Yeah. And the project would be implemented over a couple of years anyway, but I definitely understand the sense,
Yeah.
the sensitivity side of what you're explaining.
So interestingly, I just threw a text out to 10 people and they said, no problem, as long as everything in the MD is at market rate. But, you know, so there's always going to be that side.
Well, the problem that we don't want to talk about is it's fine to go to market rate if there is no sales policy. If we eliminate the sales policy to sell any of this land and we're just going to go to market rate on grass, then you're bidding on grass. And then there'll actually be a chance of it matching what that grass actually is that's out on. But if it's tied to a purchase policy, it's all based on speculation on who gets to buy this land. So there is no market rate if there's a sales policy on this land, because it's not based on grass. It's based on buying land. And so those are the two things that don't go together. If we're willing to not sell any land to go to market rate on lease, then you'll actually get some reasonable bids that actually reflect the grass that is growing out there on the prairie. But if it's tied to a purchase policy, then it's everybody trying to get the land so that we can buy it. And so we've got a conflict here. And so we're trying to come to a balance which says we're willing to wait a few years. I mean, a lot of this land, if we do this policy, we'll sell immediately. We will bring in money immediately. Absolutely, we will. And then and within the 10 years, most of the privately leased land will sell. Obviously, we've chosen before we got elected that we were supporting the grazing associations, and we've tried to put some accountability into that. And so I feel that we're working toward a compromise that works for the MD. And I believe if we follow through with this policy, we will see that we will bring in revenue and we will honor the amount of work that has gone into investment, long-term investment in grazing lands by allowing the leaseholders to purchase their land, and they will purchase it.
I agree with half of your statement. The other half is if we have a sales policy that goes, we use assessed value as a base price like Vulcan County does, and then it goes to tender, open tender or auction, then there is no speculation.
But that's not what you guys voted for. Like, I didn't put that through, that we were going to go to, that was proposed and voted on by, yes, it was. You voted for it to have the option of 2 appraised values, and we all,
We waited on that one till the new council.
I know, but in the new
Yeah.
council,
Yeah.
we did it together, it wasn't us doing it. And so that is it's the difficulty of democracy, where we're all trying to represent different groups, and the compromise is not as clean. It would be very simple if we just said no land is selling, we're holding all of our land, and then we're going to tender on the grazing, because then people are only bidding on grass. And then we actually have to enforce the rules of AUMs and long-term management of the fences and all that stuff. But that's a whole different world than what came to us from the previous council. It was a sales policy. And so
We didn't have a sales policy.
Meaning the land was be available to sell.
We purposely waited till the
Point of
new
order.
council. Yeah, sorry.
This is a budget discussion. We're talking about policy and it needs to be referred to council.
Yeah,
Good point.
yeah, I appreciate that comment, but unfortunately it's tied together and I can totally support Councillor Tory on if we were to keep it all and go to tender on it all. Like I can support that. So I know, I appreciate the point of order. My struggle is it's all tied to money.
Yeah.
It all is tied to money and we're trying to move, I'm trying to figure out where we can either gain or cut. But I guess the other option would be it could happen. We make sure the order of the agenda is deal with the lease stuff at the front end and budget at the back end of the April 14th agenda. What day do we have to have all of, what's our timeline on the budget and mill rate?
We have to submit our mill rate bylaw to the province by July 1st. And we typically send out, in the past, we've sent out our tax notices the first week of June, thereabouts. But there's only a few legislated dates and
Typically, and again, not considering the legislative deadline that Mike just referenced, but typically we have our tax bylaws set by the end of April, beginning of May at the latest. But
Okay, that just gives me some,
It provides-
feels like a window.
provides additional time for payment
Yeah.
by residents.
Councillor Condo.
I want to stick on topic here, so I'll just bring it up. Went to council with coffee there and had a past councillor that was there, and he said, I don't even know what I pay in tax. If you don't even know what I guarantee you every acreage owner knows what they pay. But he was a farmer and said, yeah, I didn't even know what I paid. We upped it and I went up $80. Said, I didn't even know what I paid. If you don't even know what you pay, it's an insignificant bill, apparently. Like, I know exactly what I pay or whatever, but he literally made the comment, like, I didn't even know what I paid in taxes. Like, which means it was minimal. Didn't affect them at all.
Yes.
I would encourage council to move forward with this as quickly as possible. There's no point in prolonging it. We've had the conversation. Let's refer it to the April 14th meeting, make some decisions and move on. It's time.
My one question on the mill rate calculator, could you just expand on the change in the small business? I know it's a fairly insignificant amount, but from 27,000 to 15,000?
we put out notification each year to let businesses know that we
so
can do that. And so if they don't submit their applications forth, then they revert back to the non-residential rate other than the reduced small business one, which is a 25% decrease to the non-residential rate.
Okay, thank you. Yes, John.
On the small business subclass reduction, so my understanding is if it's owned by a separate holding company, the property, that it has to be owned by the business? Because if it's owned by a separate holding company, then it doesn't qualify, is that right?
I believe there's some aspects of that. I can't remember the exact particulars of that that clause in the act. But there's something to do with that where it's a certain number of employees owned by a certain number of employees that the business owns that property at. But there are some, I'm not entirely sure on those particulars.
Because I have talked to a few businesses that they have a separate company and they lease their building from that company, and they don't qualify because it's not the actual business. It's a small business, but it's a small business that holds the land. And so they don't qualify, is my understanding.
I'd have to look more into the regulations on that side of it.
Well, in alliance with Deputy Reeve, unless someone has something different to bring forward, we do need to be able to refer something to council, and we still have time to discuss it. There is a lot of work that's gone into preparing this. So if council had questions on those other attachments, which are primarily graphs, I certainly don't want to rush you. You know, we have the tax levy history by class over the last 13 years, and then the I just got to pull that down, the assessment. So I don't know, yeah, we should just have a look at it. So there's the assessment history class, just to give you some perspective on what changes have occurred in the MD of Tabor. Non-residential blue, machinery and equipment. And I'm only reading this for anyone who watches it on the screen. Machinery and equipment is a yellow color, farmland gray, residential is orange. So you can see there's been, you know, some minor changes in farmland, but some more significant in residential and non-residential. And that increase in assessment based on the reports from Benchmark reflects what's happening in other municipalities in southern Alberta. That's just not a one-off to Tabor. Okay, let's have a look at, anyone have questions on that graph? Let's look at the next one just so we can, so the tax levy history. Minimum tax is in baby blue, and you can see that started in 2020, non-residential yellow, machinery and equipment gray, farmland orange, residential in blue. So based on the change, if we were to increase it by the proposed amount that council's contemplating, you would see this graph shift significantly, that the orange would mirror the residential. They would be closer to the same, where right now there last year was 11.8 and 18.29. Residential would still be more than farmland, with even a 55.218 increase. Okay, any questions on that? And we already took time to look at the regional mill rate comparison. Any questions on that? And I always feel that that's a worthwhile document for reference. Okay, certainly, go ahead.
I would, so we see the percent, I'd like to know what they're paying. Like, so we say county last week, but went up by 30%. What are they actually paying? It'd be nice to know cash wise, like 30%. 30% of $100 is $30. 30% of $2,000 is a lot bigger number. It'd be kind of interesting to see what dollars they're paying compared to what our residents are paying.
So this is the mill rate,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not the percent.
Yeah, I know. I just like to see dollar wise the
Okay.
same kind of comparison
So-
what we're paying.
Okay,
If you, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the assessed values of their properties are probably going to be fairly comparable to the assessed value of a similar property in the MD of Tabor. So it's just a matter of taking an average parcel, applying their mill rate to our property, and it will tell you roughly what they're paying for a comparable property.
Yeah, so if you were to use that one that we were looking at for South Tabor, the 1.5 acres with a home instead of the mill rate we've proposed, then you would just put in Lethbridge County's mill rate at that price. And remembering that there could be additional taxes or improvements, whatever they do. So based on assessment, our number next year would have, if this went ahead instead of, yeah, I don't know how that corresponds. Mike would have to explain that better. I don't want to guess the number that we would look at the MD of Tabor.
It'd be This down here,
Oh, yeah,
this is what the mill rates would be in this box here for 2026.
thank you.
So the mill rate on farmland, if we go through with what we've shown, will go from 12 to 19 point.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we're still well below Lethbridge.
Yes.
I think, to be fair to Lethbridge County, though, I would anticipate that our equalized assessment is probably considerably higher than theirs as well. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that that's the case because they do not have an oil and gas industry in the county at all.
Yeah, probably the right addition to this comparison would be to have a breakdown of what their assessments are, right? Just for
But
that first column on this mill rate calculator at the bottom.
but farmers in MD or the Lethbridge are paying more per acre than we are,
Absolutely.
clearly, because that
Oh,
assessment's the same.
for sure.
Yeah, right.
But the reason they're paying more is because the assessment overall is less and it has to come from somewhere.
Right.
Arliss?
If, depending on how council makes recommendation or refers the matter to a future council meeting, as a matter of exercise or just, I guess, importance of perhaps doing it again, we could, I mean, you could direct administration to review the budget an additional time and bring back any potential areas that could be considered. I know that might create some wide eyes, but I'm just saying, I'm just being as transparent as I possibly can. I'm not trying to slow anything down. It would be in conjunction with anything else. The only thing I would caution against is that there have been some inflationary pressures also become more apparent, i.e. fuel is an example, since December as well, that wasn't necessarily contemplated. So you have to weigh the pros and cons of each. I'm just wanting to be straightforward and open that again, this is the first time council's gone through this in this term, that we're here to do that if council so directs. I'm not saying it will generate a silver answer, right? Like a solution, a perfect solution to what we're coming to, but from a perspective of saying we did it, we can say we did it again.
I come back to comments I've made earlier. We need to move on. I appreciate what administration has done in bringing this information forward. You guys have done a lot of work. It's not an easy process to go through. We've got some dilemmas that we're facing, and it's going to be difficult to make some decisions, but it's time to move on. I'm going to move that we forward or recommend this to council for consideration during the April 14th meeting based on the information that we have just reviewed in the mill rate calculator.
Thank you for the motion, so we can continue discussion. So I appreciate Arliss's comments, but I have always taken the approach that administration brought us the most lean budget they can. And if there is areas to cut, they better be cut then, because we've asked for lean budgets. But a year that we chose to ask, and during my tenure on council, my third year, we told them, take $1 million out of the budget. We don't care what it is, take it out. And they found it and took it out. But then following there was lots of grief that we didn't keep up on our graders and our mowers, and we were then behind the 8 ball trying to get caught up. And I believe I've heard comments that said it took about 4 or 5 years to recover from that rather aggressive slash that also had no increase in taxes. Now, the part that I'm struggling with for our residential and non-residential is that their assessment has continued to increase quite drastically. So even at 0, I'm struggling a bit, but I don't know how else to balance the budget. So I'm going to support Deputy Reeves' motion to refer to council, but I'm going to make another motion that counts afterwards, that if administration feels there are areas that can be reduced, that those be brought forward, because that is a concern to me. I have always taken what's been presented wasn't meant as a, well, we'll ask for it and we'll see. I trust this administration to bring forward the most lean area they can, and they have proven that time and again. But if there happens to be areas that have come to light in this first quarter, which can happen, that there's a reduction in cost, maybe we can save a little bit here or there.
Can I say, I think we need to acknowledge that what John has said is true, that for the dryland farmers, this is a bigger hit. But what do we do? I'm just wondering if, John, if you have an answer for that, like what can we do to fix the problem of the irrigated land to the dryland?
It'll end up being talking about what we're leaving on the table. And so the way we've acted here in the last few months is we have more money than we know what to do with because we're willing to subsidize a certain group in our population. So I guess it's cutting services. That's where I see balancing this. The 9%, as you can see over time, does make a difference. And that's a more realistic approach. Because as you see over time, the percentage of farmland has increased in taxation. You can see it in the graph. So that approach works. It just doesn't work forever.
Any other comments on the motion that's on the floor? I'll just have that in front of me so I could read it, please. Deputy Reeve, is that? I'll wait till you're ready.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Okay, Deputy Reeve, this motion is already on the floor, but
Okay,
I'm
I'll
gonna
read it.
Yeah,
I'll read it
please
for the
read it in.
benefit of those that are listening.
Yes.
I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council consider the 2026 budget with the following amendments. Number 1, deferring the 4 million Tabor District Housing Foundation contribution to 2027. Number 2, reducing the police funding model expense by $100,000. And number 3, incorporating a budget correction related to land lease revenue. And further, that the amended 2026 budget be presented at the April 14th, 2026 council meeting for further discussion and deliberation.
Any further comment or question on the read-in motion? Yes. Yes.
Just a question for clarification. This doesn't speak to the mill rates.
Okay, so good point, and thank you, Councillor Trucado. What we would have to refer to as well is that the mill rate be based on the details that were included in the mill rate calculator reviewed during the Committee of the Whole meeting.
Should we list them?
With the following proposed mill rate adjustments?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that would better reflect.
So at least consider-
So would it be actually referring specifically to a 0% increase for res, 0% for non-res, and a 55.52% increase for farm assessment? So
Changes.
we'll need to change with the following proposed mill rate. Because this is referring to the percent increase that's going to be applied to each of those assessment categories. So instead of mill rate adjustments, it'd be mill rate increases applied to those three categories.
Okay. Well, adjustments to each of those categories.
Okay. Will that do?
All right. So there is a friendly amendment, a friendly addition to this motion. So bear with me, I'm going to read it in. Moved by Deputy Reeve that the Committee of the Whole recommend that Council consider the 2026 budget with the following proposed mill rate adjustments to each of the below reference assessment classes. Residential, 0%, non-residential, 0%, farm assessment, 55.2%, which reflect the following: deferring the 4 million Taborn District Housing Foundation contribution to 2027, reducing the police funding model expense by 100,000, and incorporating a budget correction related to land lease revenue. And further, that the amended 2026 budget be presented at the April 14, 2026 council meeting for further discussion and deliberation. Any further questions on the motion? Yes.
I would be voting in opposition to this just because of everything else I support except for the increase to farmland of 55.52% to the mill rate. I will not be supporting this. I'll also ask for a recorded vote.
Yes.
No change to what is before us. I just want clarification. Incorporating a budget correction related to land lease revenue. Now, coming back to discussions earlier, is that budget correction going to show an increase over what was previously included in the budget? Is it going to show a decrease? Which one is it? I think that's an important message to get across.
There will be an increase to the revenue from land leases in the 2026 budget, proposed budget.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to vote in favor of this because it's a forward to council. And I feel there's some additional information I need to seek out. But for now, this is a referral motion and I'll be voting in favor. At this time, any other questions or comments or clarification on the read in motion? Are you prepared for the vote? And it is recorded, so please give admin time to see our hands. Those in favor? Those opposed? Thank you. Got that, Lisa? That motion to refer is approved. Okay, we have another item on the agenda, notice of motion. And then I'm also.
Thank you, Council, for providing an opportunity to speak to this particular matter. This is a significant matter that I think we need to have a discussion on. The discussion won't be today. A notice of motion is simply of my intention to bring forward a motion for consideration during the April 14th meeting. We've been through a lot. There's obviously a divide in the community. There's a divide in council on what path forward we should be pursuing when it comes to the MD's land management matters. A couple of points that I want to make, going through what we've already been through together and what we have yet to go through together before this whole thing is going to be resolved. Number one, a principle that stands out foremost for me is that people are more important than things. Land is a thing. Leases are a thing. We are dealing with people, and people will always be more important than things. People in our lives, people in our relationships, whatever they are, need to be given a higher priority and a higher emphasis than things. And that should be foremost in all of our minds when we're serving the community. We are serving people, not things. We're now in a situation where control over outcomes for a significant matter rests with an outside authority. What happened during the last council meeting has literally taken council's ability to deal with this and transferred it to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It happened. And I'm not faulting members of council that were here for the meeting or that happened. There were obviously two members of council that weren't here when that did happen. The one thing that I noted in listening to the agenda or listening to the meeting after the meeting had closed, it was a matter that was not on the agenda for the meeting. It wasn't introduced until the end of the meeting. There was no indication that that was going to be forthcoming. I understand that it was dealt with because of a presentation that was made at the beginning of the meeting. From what I understand, there was a whole, the chairs were all filled with people that were here who have an interest and a concern with the direction that things are moving forward. I don't fault council for the decision that was made. Council did have some choices. At the time the motion was made, it could have been read in as a notice of motion for debate during the next council meeting. That wasn't done. When the motion was made, it could have been tabled. That wasn't done. The decision was made to go ahead and have a vote on it when there were 2 members of council absent. The business of council can't be held up, but how council conducts its business is something that needs to be considered, and the impact that's going to have on a trusting, respectful relationship going forward in the future. If I had been here, I don't know what my response would have been. Like I said, council was dealing with pressures from those that were in attendance, and who knows what the outcome would have been. But the reality is we are where we are now, and the decision over this rests with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. With that being the case, it is vital that all information pertaining to the land management file is forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Has a letter gone forward? Has that taken place?
The letter of request outlining the resolution of council has been sent to municipal
Okay.
affairs.
And these, I haven't seen the letter. I'm assuming it was just simply a one-pager saying that this was the motion that was made. We request your assistance. In my opinion, it's absolutely critical that all information, all the background details on this is forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, so that when they're considering what would be an appropriate outcome, they have all details available. We've got a letter that has been sent to us, I guess copied to us, that was sent to the Minister of Municipal Affairs by a group of ratepayers who have asked the minister to move forward promptly with it. I hope that that's going to be done. But even that letter, it references 3 letters that council received from 2 law firms that were alleging pecuniary interest violations of 3 members of council. That information is incomplete. The reality is we have had 4 letters from 3 law firms, and there have been 4 members of council that have been implicated in improprieties. And all information pertaining to what we have been dealing with needs to be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. All those details so that they have everything to consider when they're reviewing the file. I would ask that we follow through with an additional letter to the minister providing all that information. The alleged pecuniary interests of 3 members of council, I want to speak to those specifically because it has not been spoken to by council during all the lead up to this. Murray has been identified as having a pecuniary interest because he is a member of a grazing association. He is not an executive member of the association. He's simply a member of the association. There are 1,100 head of cattle in that grazing association. Murray has 70 head. That makes 6.36% of the animals in that pasture belong to Murray. There is 1/4 that the MD owns that is under the management
of that grazing association. There is no oil revenue on it. I'm just suggesting that, and I don't know what the carrying capacity of that quarter is, but if it was 50 animal units, Murray's pecuniary interest, if he was able to convince council to waive the rent 100% and give it to them for a year, Murray's pecuniary interest would be $83. That's worth going through what he's been put through. Give me a break. $83. If he convinced council to waive the rent completely. That's ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. What actually has happened? Murray's rent is going to go up. Council in September of 2025 said the rate was going to be $26.10. We've increased it to $30. Boy, is he an effective negotiator when it comes to representing his pecuniary interests. He's paying more. Give it a break. I'd follow up on what Councillor Tory's been through. His quarter section that he surrendered. It's an isolated quarter. It's a gravel extraction operation. The MD will not in Councillor Tory's life sell that parcel. Under no circumstances would he be in a position, maybe if he lives to be double his age to 120 years old, he might be in a position to invoke a sale of that or a purchase of that property. But as long as it's an active gravel operation, it is never going to be considered for sale by council. It's an isolated parcel with no access, no water, no fence. And what has Councillor Tory done? His rate has gone up from what would be $26.10 to $30. What kind of a pecuniary interest is that? How many head would it carry?
It had 30 AUMs, but we surrendered it.
Yeah. So tell me, what kind of a pecuniary interest is that? Councillor Condor reiterated today, this is his last year farming. His last year that he's going to be making use of his cultivation lease. He has stated that before. Council has heard that before. The cultivation leases do not expire until the end of next year. He's not in the pecuniary interest. He's got an active lease that takes him through to the end of the current term. And then he's done. It's crazy what's been going on. And I'm frustrated, I really am. So my request of council on the 14th, I'm going to be bringing forward a motion that all information, including what I have just shared, the extent of this supposed pecuniary interest of 3 members of council, be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, along with the rest of the details about the other allegations that have been brought forward. They need to know the whole picture. They need to know all the details. They need to know what we've been through. They need access to the council meeting tapes. They need access to the public information session that they had. They need to know that the community is divided on this issue. And it's not going to be an easy decision that the minister is going to have to make on this either. I hope that somehow they can do it so that there's a way that we can move forward together, remembering that people are more important than things, and we're fighting about things. And we've got to learn to come together as people, supporting one another, moving forward in a positive direction together as a community. Now, the last point. If the decision to refer this to the minister is going to put things on hold, my suggestion is that everything needs to be put on hold. Everything to do with the lands matter, including the Scope Reservoir project. If the grazing leases, the cultivation leases are going to be put on hold, the Scope Reservoir project is part of it as well. So my suggestion to administration is that if there's things that need to be done in a timely manner out there, you've got 2 weeks to get it done, because chances are it's going to be froze from any further action once we have a chance to deal with this. It's out of our hands. The minister is going to be making the decision. And if the minister dictates that we are not able to do anything until he's made his decision, we're going to be sitting here twiddling our thumbs for probably 6 to 8 months before any decision is made. That's the implications of the decision that was made during the last meeting. It should have been delayed. There should have been thoughtful consideration given to what the potential implications were. Instead, it was pushed through, inappropriate, ill-considered, and it's going to cost us all big time. It's already costing us in the way of a working relationship within council and within the community. That's my notice of motion. Madam Reeve, if the agenda is done, I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Can I contest the adjournment, or is once it's made? I did had a motion regarding the budget that I wondered if council would continue. But I can't remember on
It's
rules
up
of
to you to
order.
accept the motion.
Okay, because I did mention I was going to bring it forward, but my motion, I'm not going to accept that adjournment, if that's the correct order, because my motion that I would like to put on the table is direct administration. And I sent this to all of council and to administration, direct administration to review operational budgets to find added efficiencies to be considered in the 2026 budget and mill rate discussion at the April 14th, 2026 meeting. But that, if you don't want to consider it, it's okay, but we did reference, and administration said he could ask his people, and so I just felt like it's an open invitation from administration. So if council's willing, I would move that, but if not, I'll wait and do that on April 14th, or assume that Arliss will. Yeah. And the notice of, we just can't talk about it. I don't know how to handle it because I have some rebuttals as well, but we'll wait and discuss your notice of motion, I guess, on the day of. I'll just leave my motion. I'll withdraw that, and that'll be it, I guess. We'll adjourn. I'll call adjournment at 1:55.